So I realized a few things after I stopped recording yesterday that I completely like missed or just forgot about from when I played the demo and stuff and looked at the cast and everything. I only remembered Laura Bailey, Ashley Johnson, and Troy Baker being in this for some reason. I forgot about everyone else that I already knew about, like Janina Gavankar, who she played Kieran Estevez in Alan Wake 2, which I just played. She's Freddie. She's playing Freddie, which I should recognize. She has a very distinctive voice, but I didn't recognize it. That's great. And Felicia Day plays Athena. Again, I should have recognized her voice. Very distinctive, but I didn't. Merle Dandridge, who played Marlene in The Last of Us, and Natasha Ross in Station 19. She's Aphrodite. Again, someone I should have recognized. Raul Cully is in the game too. I don't know who he plays, but he's in it. Allegra Clark, who played Josephine in Dragon Age Inquisition, is in the game. And Anthony Rapp, who I know from Rent, is in it too. It's like, wow, like there's this is a stacked cast, like all of that, and then on top of that we have Kimberly Brooks, Laura Bailey, Ashley Johnson, and Troy Baker, and a bunch of other people probably that I don't know I recognize because I just didn't recognize the name. It's wild. This is such a good cast. But I just wanted to get that out of the way. Oh, and I'm testing my. I changed my settings a bunch because in Act 1 I was testing out the NVIDIA noise removal, which is great, but because of the environment I have and that I don't have like a microphone arm thing, so I can't get the microphone close enough to my mouth to where it can easily easily isolate my vocals without also muffling it incredibly. I didn't love some of the sounds that would happen at times, so I've changed stuff a bit. Instead of having it at full power, I've lowered it a bit, and hopefully it sounds good. In fact, I'm gonna start recording before I start playing because I've talked a bunch now and see how it all sounds. But there's no guarantee that even if this intro part sounds good, there can still be some problems. I really only am able to tell if I need to adjust anything if I've recorded a full video. That's because I don't know. It's because I talk in so many different volumes during videos. It's hard to tell, but yeah, I'm gonna check it right now. Okay, so I checked it and it sounded pretty good, but I can notice a few weird moments of cutting out from the noise removal, so I lowered it from 75 to 60. So hopefully it should be fine. Like literally all I'm trying to do is make sure that my computer fan isn't heard. That's literally it. Although in this game that's not really a problem because it doesn't get very loud because this game isn't that demanding, you know? Still, it can get loud because of recording as well, but yeah, let's just get into it. Get it Act 2. Just wanted to check that.
Hey, Freddie. Have you been waiting up this whole time?
Yeah? A goat man sends you off into the night. Your life
I can so
is
clearly
on the
hear
line.
it now.
And I'm gonna, sleep? What if you were taken prisoner, kept in a cave by a cyclops, or I don't know, turned into a tree? I was worried sick.
Oh, you were worried? How sweet.
You were worried about me? Aw.
Well, you're my best friend in the whole world, Grace. Plus, what would the band do?
She sounds so unsure every time she said best
Right,
friend.
the band. Where are Kaz and Brian anyway?
I was right about it being Brian.
Fine, which isn't a lie, because technically you are. Now tell me everything that happened. Huh. Persephone runs a club called the Underworld. That's a little on the nose.
I wouldn't suggest saying that to her face.
And you ended up staying with her instead of Apollo?
I trust her more than Apollo.
Oh, Grace, she sounds a little volatile.
She has her reasons.
She has her reasons. I just hope I don't end up on her bad side again.
You'll figure your way out of it. You're still you.
I am still me. That's true.
So what are your options? You need to go back to Persephone at some point?
I could go back to Apollo's as well. Make sure he's not sore about what happened.
Oh,
Yeah.
and there's this.
Probably good.
Pan left a card, says, "Come by Olympus." I doubt he means the mountain in Greece.
That's. Huh. I just spoke to him. Well, if the idols live there, I should probably tell her that.
That name keeps coming up. The idols live there, or at least most of them do.
Sounds cool. Even if Pan is there.
Come on, I like Pan.
Still not a fan?
Not
You know how some
trustworthy,
people
but I
just
like him.
set your teeth on edge? That's Pan. I can't help it. But it doesn't matter. I said I'd help, and that's what I'll do. You can count on me, Grace.
Thanks,
Oh, yeah.
Freddie.
The muse? Oh, the embodiment of inspiration. Can you believe it?
Yeah, kinda.
That's sweet. Ugh. Oh, I can choose. Okay, good. Okay, let's check the journal because it was updated. And of course, Freddie was waiting up when I got back from the underworld. She apologized for how things went down with Pan during the song, but honestly, I get it now. My power draws the good and bad out of people, and then I always get to choose which it will be. At any rate, it's good that I have Freddie at my side during all of this. Did she apologize? Did I just completely, like, block out her apologizing from that scene? Because I don't know, did she even have anything to apologize for? Is that, like, the wrong journal entry unlocking or something? Apparently, after years of arguing with the idols and making everyone angry, Calliope finally left Olympus, and that's when she became friends with Persephone, who gave her the apartment. However, Persephone says they haven't spoken in 2 years, so she doesn't know what Calliope's been doing lately either. So they're probably not in a romantic relationship. Either Persephone's lying about them not talking for 2 years, or they weren't together. Sad. Wow, seeing Apollo and Persephone biting each other's heads off was really eye-opening. I should really have read these before and the last part, but it's fine. It's a good reminder. Do all the idols hold grudges against each other like this? If so, it's no wonder one of them got murdered. Apollo brought me to see Persephone, but who do you think almost tanked the entire thing? That's right, he did. He got all big and angry like he was about to start hurling thunderbolts and stormed out of the underworld like an angry child. I still can't believe it. These are in the wrong order, but... Athena? Persephone laughed when I asked if Athena might be a suspect, like the suggestion was ridiculous. Athena's entire existence is based on protecting the idols, exactly, which is why if what Calliope was doing was putting them in danger, possible danger, Athena would have killed her. And apparently she'd never break her own rules. She sounds so fun. Things got ugly between Apollo and Persephone pretty quickly, until Apollo stormed out, and I let him go. I mean, sure, 2 minutes before Persephone wanted my head on a platter, but now she was willing to help. Isn't that what he brought me here for? So she's my new ally now, I suppose. She says that if an idol is really behind Calliope's death and was able to cover up their involvement, finding them might be difficult. Which, great. Yeah. Neither Apollo nor Persephone seems to consider Pan much of a suspect. He's not a murderer, according to them, even though his sudden involvement is really suspicious. I think he's just looking for mischief. Okay, there we go. Who do we want to talk to first? I think I want to talk to Pan last, because I want to see if I can ask like Persephone and maybe even Apollo for advice on it. So I'm going to... Oh, I should talk to Persephone or go see what Pan wants. Or, so it's one or the other? Or do you mean like right now I should go to... I don't know, but I'm more inclined to talk to Persephone currently. So I'm gonna go do that. hope I can still go talk to Pan, but the only one of
back
those
already,
three
are you?
I trust
Just
somewhat.
as well.
is
I've asked
Persephone.
around, called in some favors, just enough to get an idea of what all the idols are currently up to. Much as I'm loath to admit it, I'm back to thinking Pan may be our prime suspect after all.
Huh? Really? Why? You changed your mind about him? Wait. Straight to business, I see. That seems like the one I should do first.
Hey, Persephone. Nice to see you, too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we girlfriends now? Did you come here for a social
maybe.
call over mimosas?
I wouldn't turn down a mimosa.
Well, by all means, put your feet up. Hey, let me get you a cushion. It's your life on the line, not mine. While waiting for your drink, perhaps we can return to the subject of Pan.
All right. You changed your mind about him?
Why Pan? I thought you'd rejected him as a suspect.
I did. It doesn't seem like his style. Pan has always preferred scheming over direct confrontation. But the thing is, how did he know about you so quickly? What does he hope to gain by sticking his nose in?
A favor or two, I guess.
Half the idols owe him a favor or two. No, he's up to something else. Until I know what it is, I can't discount the possibility that he's involved in all this.
You should know. Pan asked me to meet him at Olympus. I'm not sure why.
Oh, that's interesting. Did he happen to say what he wanted?
No. He probably wants to cash in his favor.
Oh, yeah,
Huh,
maybe.
That's what he does. Collect favors and then use them to gather even more favors. To what end, I dare not guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll find out, but... Honestly, he seems harmless enough. Like, I don't know. I won't say that, though. Should I not see him?
Should I not go see him then? If he's our best suspect...
No. Go see what he wants.
Okay,
It'll provide insight into his plans, if nothing else.
true.
Just throw caution to the wind, huh?
Somehow you'll manage. I want to send you to a party, Grace. One Aphrodite is holding.
Oh, okay.
She and Eros know Pan perhaps better than anyone. If you go, it'll give you a chance to find out what he's really up to.
Okay, so I get to see more of Aphrodite and Eros. Hell yeah. Why a party?
Why a party? Couldn't I just go wherever she lives and ask her?
You could, but if you go to this party, she'll be grateful. She holds it from time to time and always asked Calliope to attend, but Calliope never would. You can put two and two together. A grateful Aphrodite might be willing to tell you what Pan is really up to.
Okay. Why can't you talk to Aphrodite?
You know Aphrodite better than I do. Can't you talk to her?
She and I don't get along.
How come?
Like how you and Apollo don't get along?
Even more intensely than that.
Oh,
I
really?
once said some things about her husband. They were true, but unwelcome.
Huh.
Suffice it to say, if I showed up at Aphrodite's party, revealing Pan's secrets would be the last thing on her mind.
Okay. Wait, what were these things she said about Aphrodite's husband that were true but unwelcome? Now I'm curious. I could just talk to Pan.
I still have that invitation from Pan. Maybe it'd be easier if I just went to see him.
You should do both. Just
Okay.
don't believe a single word coming out of his mouth.
I might be able to coax some truth out of him. I can be persuasive.
A battle of the silver tongues, I'm sure.
One wild party with a goddess of love coming up.
It's less of a wild party and more of a somber affair.
You mean
Oh.
like a cocktail party?
Let me put it this way. Apollo will likely be there.
Gotcha. Expectations of fun downgraded considerably. I'll let you know what I find.
That is... Wow, okay. That is so shady. Let's talk to Apollo, and then go to the party, and then, unless we unlock more stuff, talk to Pam. I just want to be very prepared before I go and see Pam.
Grace,
Yeah, told you she'd be back.
what are you doing here? when you stayed with Persephone, I thought that... Well, I didn't expect to see you again.
Well, you're still a suspect. I need to keep my tabs on you. You were a jerk. Well, yeah, but... I wanted to check on you.
I thought I'd check in on you. The way you left, well, it was quite the scene.
Ah, yes, that. I want to apologize for my outburst. Being around my family brings out the worst in me, I'm afraid. It's why I avoid them whenever possible, and why I should have resisted getting dragged into all this.
Well, didn't you drag yourself into all this, basically? You're the one who... Also, you should have resisted saving Grace's life? The fuck? Calliope still needs you.
Apollo, everything you sang about still applies, even if you got angry.
I know.
We all make mistakes. You pick yourself up, and you try again, for Calliope's sake.
I'll think about it, Grace. I promise. For now, you're in far better hands.
I'll hold you to that. Don't think I won't.
Okay. That was kind of depressing. Okay, let me check. Okay, I guess Aphrodite is throwing some kind of party. Persephone thinks I should go, since Aphrodite knows everyone who's anyone, might be able to help me. She's being kind of vague about what the party's about, though. Should I be worried? Apollo. I went to see Apollo at his beach house to try and patch things up, but I don't know how well it went. He's helping me for Calliope's sake, right? Why stop now, just because I get upset at Persephone? I wonder if I'll see him again. Well, obviously because he killed Calliope. Wait, I didn't even consider this, to be honest. Because Athena told him to. Something to consider. Huh, this is interesting. I thought Apollo and Persephone had kind of dismissed Pan being a suspect when we were all together, but now Persephone has second thoughts. She thinks he's a schemer and his sudden appearance was too convenient, so he's back on the list of suspects, I guess. Well, I mean, Persephone did have a bigger reaction to finding out about Pan being involved when she was told about it. Meanwhile, Apollo barely had a reaction. So, she might not have just wanted to reveal it in front of Apollo. Okay. Let's go to a party. Hello, Apollo. Maybe I should have gone back to Persephone again and talked about what I talked about with Apollo, but
Fancy
too late.
party? Check. Bunch of strangers? Check. Grace totally not dressed for the occasion? Check. Now, if only I knew what I was supposed to be doing here.
Talk to
Grace?
Aphrodite.
You're here.
Yeah,
Oh, hi.
I'm invited, aren't I?
I'm just surprised you even knew it was happening.
Persephone said I should come to this. Whatever this is.
Persephone didn't tell you?
What is
Why
this?
am I not surprised?
You didn't tell me either.
I came to see you, Apollo, and I don't recall you mentioning it. Persephone said it could help.
You don't have any of Calliope's memories, right? No deja vu recollections that aren't your own?
No. Should I have?
Not right away. For a while, you won't remember anything. We call it the veil.
So she's gonna
In
get her
time,
memories.
the
and
veil
stuff.
will start to lift, slowly at first, but
I knew it.
eventually you'll remember almost everything Calliope did.
Oh, so she'll know how she died. What happens to me? I would love to ask that, but I can't. Nobody told me that.
Seems like the sort of thing you should tell a new idol.
New idols are usually chosen. You would know about this already, except...
Except Calliope was murdered.
Well, remember how old we all are. There are so many memories. So the veil lifts gradually to protect you.
That makes sense.
Eventually, it's like a flood. It becomes difficult to separate what's you and what's them, and all who came before them.
Will I become Calliope?
You're saying I won't be me. I won't be Grace. Will I start calling myself Calliope?
Maybe. Eventually, most of us do, but most of us were chosen and prepared.
And I didn't choose this.
Jesus.
I understand.
Sorry, a lot
Take
of...
some time to let it sink in. If you like, we can talk about it later.
What does this have to do with the party?
Aphrodite hasn't been the same since we came to the New World. She has horrific memories of what she endured during the war. Passing on her eidolon is a way to forget, for a while. That's what this party is for.
Hold on. I was a bit distracted during that because I was noticing, like, the amount of background noise. Especially when Laura Bailey was talking, like, there's a lot of loud background noise. Like, I heard it was a bit softer for Troy Baker, but I heard it there too. Kind of distracting, but I have to re-listen to that little bit there so I get what they were was actually being said. Okay, so he basically just said that eventually they all do start going by the name. So she is gonna go by Calliope eventually, probably. That's kind of terrifying, honestly. Not the name change, but like that she's gonna basically become a different person. So Aphrodite has like a party to pass on her eidolon. Aphrodite's going to die?
When you say she's gonna pass on her eidolon, you mean...
She's going to die, yes, and pass her soul on to a chosen successor.
In front of everyone?
We're here to help, Grace, to make it easier for Aphrodite to do what she feels she must. We're here to say goodbye, at least for a while.
Aphrodite has done this before.
This isn't the first time Aphrodite's done this. She's held this kind of gathering before, right?
This is her fourth, I think, perhaps fifth.
So every time the veil, whatever you call it, when it starts to lift...
Aphrodite's memories return, and eventually it is too much. We gather to pay our respects and to honor the past, while she still remembers it.
Calliope didn't approve?
Wait. Persephone said Calliope always refused to come to these parties.
She refused on principle. Everything Calliope did was on principle. She believed Aphrodite was indulging her sadness, wallowing in it. She thought Aphrodite should try harder. It was a point of contention between them. Aphrodite will be grateful you're here. Trust me.
Do you support this?
Do you support what Aphrodite is doing here?
It's not my choice to make, Grace.
Yeah, but you must have an opinion.
Eventually you will remember what we experienced during the war, and eventually you will remember that what Aphrodite experienced was far worse. If this is the mercy she requires, I will not tell her she should not take it.
I don't know, like, I get it, but also, is that actually gonna help at all? Like, she's basically just avoiding it and, like, forgetting it the first chance she gets, like, over and over and over. Just basically killing herself in order to forget about it. So I'm gonna say I don't like this idea at all for that reason.
I don't know, Apollo. I don't like the whole idea.
You want her help, don't you?
Yes, but...
At least speak with Aphrodite before you make a final decision.
Yeah, of course.
She's not here just yet. Until she arrives, I suggest mingling.
Okay, mingling.
Mingling.
Yeah, mingling.
Oh, Eros.
Talk to Eros. Or we can talk more if you like. Just try to relax, Grace.
Sure, yeah. Relax. That's what this party is for, right?
Sure. Let's talk to Eros. Hi, Eros.
Grace.
Hey, Eros. Nice to...
Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
Aphrodite will be so happy you're here. It means so much, you have no idea.
Oh. Are you okay?
Are you okay? You seem a bit...
Every time she does this, I don't know how to handle it. I almost want to run upstairs and demand she stop. Remind her that this never works. Sorry, I shouldn't unload on you. It's been a bad week.
I feel for you.
Hey, I understand. This can't be easy.
She's the one who is suffering. I shouldn't be complaining. I just hate this. I'm there every day, going through it all with her. The nightmares, the panic attacks, the weeks when she just won't get out of bed. I'm there when she forgets the war's over, and I hold her until the screaming stops. Me. I do that.
That sounds awful.
And now I'm arranging her gathering again, so she can die again. And I'll watch it all again.
That is awful. Is there no other way?
Is there no other way? Does Aphrodite really need to...
To die? I've asked that so many times. She's tried magic, drugs, psychotherapy, meditation, everything we could possibly think of. For a while, she'll deny anything's wrong. It all seems fine, and I start to hope. Maybe this time will be different. Then the nightmares begin, and the memories return. More with each passing day until... I hate it, but I see her agony. I can't deny her this.
That is... I don't know. That's horrible. Isn't this like suicide?
Maybe I just don't understand, but... Isn't this... like suicide?
Some of the idols have committed suicide. They let themselves die without passing on their eidolon.
What happens?
What you'd expect. They're gone. Forever. Mother says she can't do that. She won't. Not until she sees Hephaestus again, I suspect.
Hephaestus, is
Not that what's happening here is anything casual.
Is that her husband?
She still has to die for a while.
Wait, I had a new... because of this, I had a thought about the whole passing on the eidolon thing. Because I was wondering if like there's a certain amount of times you can pass it on before it disappears. But I'm thinking now that the reason it would disappear is because Calliope hasn't like come back. The veil hasn't been lifted or whatever. For Calliope to be part of Grace yet. So if she were to die before that happened, then the eidolon wouldn't be able to be passed on. So that's probably what the whole thing is. Okay. What happened to Aphrodite?
Is it okay if I ask what happened? I don't mean to pry, but I'm new. I really don't know.
No, it's okay. I wouldn't usually talk about it, but I know you don't mean any harm. What happened is that brother Ares happened. He missed out on the first world-spanning war, you see, so he was damned if he'd miss out on the next one. He found some jackbooted mortals, so full of themselves and their supremacy, and he told them about the idols.
The fuck?
Then they came for us. Took us completely by surprise. Some they killed, but Aphrodite... her they captured.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh.
Did Aphrodite escape?
Aphrodite was captured, but she's here now. So she must have escaped.
She didn't. Do you know the name Hephaestus?
She didn't escape.
No. Should I?
God of smiths. He could make anything, any tool or weapon. He was Aphrodite's husband, and he adored her. When he found out the mortals were torturing her, he went mad. He was determined to save her.
Wait, they tortured her?
Nothing extreme, I'm told. They were too frightened, but they were also determined to wring every last secret out of her. So, who knows how long that fear would have lasted. Thus, Hephaestus made a deal.
With the, jackbooted guys.
He
No,
traded.
with their enemies. That's what saved her.
Did he trade himself for Aphrodite? Because he said that Aphrodite wants to see Hephaestus again.
Then
Tell me about this
this
deal.
deal is how Aphrodite survived.
It's how we all survived. It's what brought us to the new world. Hephaestus saved us all. We never saw him again. That was the deal. He would leave, make their precious weapons, and never look back. Aphrodite never even got to say goodbye. It's funny, because Aphrodite didn't even like Hephaestus when they were married. She seemed to resent every minute they were together. But now he's all she can think about.
So Ares fucking sucks then? Jesus Christ. You don't seem to approve.
You sound like you don't approve of what Aphrodite's doing.
What I want is for her to not hurt anymore. What I want is for this to end. She'll ask you to use your power as part of the celebration. Could you use it to inspire her?
I can't force anyone to do anything they don't want to, Eros.
That's not what I'm asking. I believe that deep down, she doesn't want to do this any longer. She must see it isn't working. She just needs the strength to try. Or I hope that's all she needs.
Yeah, we can find out. I'll do my best.
I'll try, if you think it'll do some good.
I don't know if it will. I just find it hard to believe it could get any worse.
Famous last words.
Tell me about it. Do whatever you think is right, Grace. And thank you.
No problem. Okay. Let's check the journal. My god, okay. That was a lot. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. I went to Aphrodite's party, and it was less of a party and more of a funeral. I guess Aphrodite never quite got over her terrible experience during the war, so now she passes on her eidolon every 20 years or so in order to forget what happened to her for a while. The entire thing sounds really macabre, but a lot of the other idols seem okay with it. Everyone except for Calliope, it seemed. Eros told me all about what Aphrodite went through during the war. How she was kidnapped by the enemy, how she was freed by her husband, Hephaestus, who she never even got to thank or say goodbye to. She's riddled with so much guilt and trauma, and she can't escape it. As soon as her memories return, she's in constant agony, even if she hides it pretty well. Even so, he doesn't think what she's doing is the right answer to her problems. It certainly hasn't helped so far. I told Eros that I tried to persuade Aphrodite to hold on. Who knows, maybe it's not even possible. I have to try, because this, what she's been doing to cope, this clearly isn't the answer. Yeah, it's not. It's like she's not giving herself time to process it. It seems like as soon as it gets too much for her, she ends her life and passes on her eidolon. And guess who I bumped into at Aphrodite's little death party? Small world, these idols. Turns out it was good Apollo was there. I know, I kind of can't believe that Persephone sent me in without a heads up. Yeah, okay. I thought she meant about Apollo because she did do that, but she meant about the actual party, what it was. I met Eros later on at Aphrodite's party, and suddenly his dark mood makes sense. It seems that he is Aphrodite's constant caretaker. He's watched her throw these parties and die over and over. And I think he's finally reached his limit. He can't stand Aphrodite's pain, but I think he doesn't know what to do about it. He's hoping I can convince her to stop, which is a tall order for sure. And I don't know that it would actually make her better. I like Eros. He seems to care really deeply. I like him. I feel really bad for him having to go through this over and over again, too. Let's talk to Apollo.
I know all these people, Grace. For as long as I can remember, I've known them. Yet sometimes I feel like I don't know any of them at all. Or they me.
You don't seem comfortable.
You don't enjoy these family gatherings, do you?
Are they family gatherings? Like the sort mortals have?
You call each other sister and brother and mother.
Well, yes, but...
And you've been together like 100 times longer than I lived with my family. All you're missing is a drunk uncle everyone has to apologize for.
That would be Pan. But yes, I feel very much out of place.
Why is that?
Why is that exactly? Wouldn't you feel more like you belonged after 1,000 years together?
Is your assumption that all those centuries bring great wisdom?
Don't they?
We get older. We have more to forget. We hold grudges longer, but wiser. No. Not so far.
Was the background noise from the mics as obvious last time? Because I feel like this specific scene, they've been super obvious, but I haven't noticed that earlier, but maybe it was always a thing. I'm just now noticing it. Eros wants this to stop.
I spoke to Eros. He's pretty broken up over all this.
Oh, poor Eros. Each new successor, his hopes rise up once more. And then he watches the new Aphrodite crumble. Piece by piece. Only to start all over again. It's so different from the olden days. Once he was the eternal disaster, and Aphrodite kept constant vigil over him.
Maybe he feels like he owes her.
I think he's followed her into a dark void, and somewhere, deep down, believes he deserves no better.
I should get back out there.
Anyway, wait, can I say anything else, or is it just gonna be like, we have nothing to say?
Back again.
I should get back out there.
Okay, yeah. Let's wait. We got a journal update. Probably on Apollo or Eros, or both. Okay, it was Eros. Apollo said he thinks Eros has stayed with Aphrodite all this time because he feels like he owes her. Once upon a time, it was Eros who was the eternal disaster, Apollo's words, and she was the caregiver. So now he must return the favor no matter how it hurts his soul. I think Apollo's probably right. Yeah, it does seem like he feels like he owes her something. So that would make sense. Let's wait for Aphrodite. Here she is. And this is the new Aphrodite.
My family. Having you all here, gathered once again to see me off, it moves me. More than I can say. My loves, my darlings, my dearest friends.
Yeah, this is clearly Merle Dandridge. I don't know how I
And you.
didn't notice.
Oh, my dear sweet thing. I dare not hope that you, with all your troubles, might sing me to my sleep. Yet here you are. Yet here she is. Huh.
I don't think I should immediately jump into. Can we talk in private? Nice to meet you again.
It's lovely to meet you, Aphrodite. Properly, this time.
Ah, yes. Poor Calliope. Such a loss to us all. I shall miss her dearly. To have come so far, only... No, it doesn't bear thinking about. It's too much.
Is this Grace, my lady? The new muse?
Oh! What manners I have. Grace, Grace, meet the lovely mortal woman who shall tonight become the new me.
Hi, my name's Venus, and yes,
Hi.
it really is Venus. Nice to meet you, Grace.
That's Lauren Spencer, right? Lolo? So I saw her on the list and I was like, I think I recognized her from something. Oh, yeah, okay. I remember. I saw her in the Sex Lives of College Girls, in that show. She's in that. She's appeared in a few episodes. So, okay. She's passing on her... I forgot what it's called. Why did I forget? Elidon. No? Sorry, it left my brain for some reason, but she's passing on her soul to Venus here. Maybe I shouldn't, but you're okay with this?
Hi. So, you're okay with this? You know what's gonna happen?
Of course. We've been working together, preparing for, 6 months now? Has it only been that long?
Must be nice to be prepared.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm so sorry. Lady Aphrodite told me. I should have thought about that.
There will be so
Okay.
much time for you lovelies to speak later. Now, we must prepare for my departure.
I really need your help first.
Are you sure we can't talk first? I really need your help, Aphrodite.
I know you do, my dear. I wish I could be there for you, but I'm afraid my time is up. But since you've shown such kindness in coming, I will ask Eros to make himself available to you afterwards. There's nothing I know that he does not. He is my son, my truest friend, my longest love.
Won't he be a little distracted?
Eros has been through this before, Grace. He knows what must be done.
I think you're a little dismissive of his feelings there. Like, this is very hard for him, too. I'm sorry this happened to you.
I just want to say, I'm really sorry that this happened to you, that you need to do this.
A babe in our dreary world, and yet already possessed of such earnest purpose.
Weren't you opposed to this, Grace?
I was
you've
getting
come
to that.
after all.
You look
Why are
remarkably well, cousin.
Why are you being weird? Why would
I've
you?
had a great deal of time to prepare. I assure you that would not be the case.
Like, why would you do that? Like, obviously, I'm just trying to like be empathetic. Like, not be like, hey, stop. You know? Why would you walk up and be like, I thought you were against this? Yeah, no shit. I'm just trying not to be like weird and like, how do you think it would go if I walked up to her and it was just like, stop, don't do this, stop. Like, Apollo, use your brain.
As for you, Grace, have you gathered the true purpose of tonight's gathering?
To forget?
To ease your suffering? To forget about what happened?
And escape into the soothing blackness. To swim in Lethean waters, at least for a time.
Does it help?
I don't know. Each Aphrodite before me begged for mercy. This is all I can do for all of us. Even so, tonight is not about the pain. It is about honoring the memory of what was while that memory still persists. Go, enjoy the gathering, Grace. Tell me when you're ready to begin.
I need to... I guess during the ritual we're going to do the song stuff, right? And try to see how she truly feels. Yeah. Let's talk to Venus and then talk to Apollo.
I want to apologize again, Grace. I really messed up. It looks like I'll be doing that a lot. Lady Aphrodite said I'm ready, but I don't know.
Second thoughts?
Having second thoughts? If so, now's probably the time to mention it.
I would never do that to Lady Aphrodite. I'm just nervous.
That's understandable.
If I can ask, what does it feel like after it happens? Do you feel different?
It happened so fast.
I'm not sure. It happened so fast I didn't know what to think. Calliope died and then all this happened.
You didn't remember anything? About her? Who she was? She was just gone?
Yeah. Isn't that the point of all this?
I just wanted to be sure. Sometimes it doesn't seem like it could be real.
But it will all come back eventually. Your name is really Venus?
Your name's really Venus, huh?
Everybody asks me that. Even the other idols. Maybe that's why Lady Aphrodite noticed me in the first place.
Maybe.
She says it was fated to be. I say it's because my mama was a diehard hippie.
Yeah, because Venus is like the planet of love. Right? Hold on. I'm just like thinking of the Nobody by Mitski is what I'm thinking of, because like it's Venus, planet of love. That's all I'm thinking about. So I don't know. That is true, right? Or is yeah, Venus is the planet of love, beauty, harmony, seduction, and aesthetic taste. Okay. Yeah, Mitski didn't lie. How do you know Aphrodite?
How do you know Aphrodite exactly?
So I was working at this homeless shelter, right? A couple of years ago, and she came in with one of the older residents. And she was there in this, like, amazing dress. And she's sitting with this guy and really listening to him. Like, they were old friends or something. I just thought, what is someone like her doing in a place like this? So, I just went over and introduced myself.
That's it? Just like that?
Yeah. She came back to the shelter a few times, but by then, I guess she'd taken an interest in me instead.
Are you sure you're okay with this?
You said earlier you're okay with all this, but how can you be?
I saw a lot of people in crisis at the shelter. I knew something was wrong with Lady Aphrodite. She's in so much pain, Grace. She won't let you see how much. Eros called me one night desperate. She wouldn't stop screaming. She didn't know where she was. She's a good person, Grace. A good soul. She deserves mercy.
Yeah, but if you think about it, like, if she wasn't an idol, like, would you encourage her to kill herself, because that is what this is. So it's like, obviously that's not what you would do if she couldn't just pass on her soul to someone else and then basically be back after a while, you know? Like, that's not what you would do then, so you shouldn't do it here either. It's clearly not helping if she has to do it over and over and over again, you know? Because she's literally just temporarily like being like, oh, okay, this is too much, so now I'm gonna die, pass on my soul, and the memories won't be back for a while. And then I'm gonna do it again and again and again. It's not helping. But this is wrong.
But don't you feel this is wrong? I mean, you're ending your life. It's like some kind of murder-suicide pact.
I don't think of it like that. Lady Aphrodite is not committing suicide, and I'm not being murdered.
Aren't you? Your life is ending. It's being taken over, swallowed up by Aphrodite's grief.
I'm becoming part of something bigger, something amazing. Or maybe you're right. It'll be terrible, and I'll end up in so much pain I'll regret it.
So why go through with it?
Because Lady Aphrodite needs me. Maybe, just maybe, if I'm added into the mix of all the people she's been, maybe things will be different.
But I'm not sure that's even like really possible, because eventually you basically become that person, right? The person before. All the people before, because you get all their memories and all their trauma. So you're going to react to it the same way and have the same solution, because you're basically just the same person again. So I don't think it can be different unless something else changes. Let's talk to Apollo. Oh, let me just check my journal first. Okay, Venus was added. Okay, I met the person who's supposed to become the new Aphrodite. Her name's Venus, and she seems really sweet. Aphrodite has been preparing her for months. Must be nice. And she seems to know what she's getting into. But does that make it okay? No, I don't think so. Let's talk to Apollo again. See if we can say anything about Venus and all that.
Back again.
Aphrodite won't help me.
I don't think I'll have a chance to talk to Aphrodite. Not before, you know.
Not surprising. Surely Persephone must have realized that.
How? She's never been to one of these things. Anyway, I'm not sure what I'd do now.
You have two choices, Grace. Either you do as she asks and sing her to her rest,
At which point Venus won't have Aphrodite's memories yet.
or you somehow convince her to remain with us and hope she's grateful.
And doesn't regret it. Or get angry at me for ruining her party.
Do what you feel is right. It's a risk either way.
It's 100% worth trying to convince her that she shouldn't do this. Because if she's like upset and she like regrets not doing it, then she'll do it again at another point, you know? Like, it's not like this is her one single chance she can do this, you know? Have you met Venus?
Have you spoken with Venus? She seems really...
Nice, earnest, a genuinely good person.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's not an accident. Ever since the war, Aphrodite has sought out the kindest, the most innocent souls to be her successors. She chooses them because she believes that over time, it might make her a better person. A more worthy person.
Wouldn't it be better if she chose people who were, I don't know, more resilient?
That's what I was thinking, like, if she, like, took someone who's more, like, more stubborn, more interested in self-preservation, but not only self-preservation, you know, like someone who will try to like save themselves, kind of. I don't know, like, do you know what I mean? I'm really not is it just resilient? Is that the only word that I can think of that makes sense here? I was trying to think of other words besides what Grace says, but yeah, like, wouldn't that be better to put some of that into the mix? Like, maybe that could actually have an effect. Maybe. I don't know.
I suppose that depends on your definition of strength, Grace.
I should get back out there.
That added another energy to Venus, I'm guessing? No, to Aphrodite? Apollo said something about Aphrodite which has stuck with me. He says she chooses successors who are kind, generous people because she thinks that in time, that will make her a better person. Let's begin.
I have tried so hard, fought for so long, but in the end, I must bid you all farewell once again. But before I go, I would like us all to remember the sacrifices that brought us here to this strange new world. This time, it is with the help of our lovely muse that we shall be guided.
Yeah. Okay, let's try this.
We let them rise. We let it happen. We waited far too long. We thought we shouldn't intervene. We were wrong. We were wrong. Since the beginning we were hidden.
Oh, she has a beautiful
we held
voice.
court from up above. 'Twas the golden age of reason, and I the queen of love.
She has such a beautiful...
But
wow.
a plague of hate was spreading, and there were vultures standing by. Before we fell to our knees begging, we fell from the sky. We let them rise, we let it happen. We waited far too long. We thought we shouldn't intervene. We were wrong. We were
Focus on
wrong.
devastation, I guess. I think. It's so fast.
We had revelry and rebirth, a family all together, till 13 million marching men cut us down forever. But brother Ares made it happen, joined their war without dispute. Now the once mighty immortals are just mud under a boot. We let them take our loved ones, it's what they wanted all along. We thought they were beneath us, we were wrong, we were wrong. Oh, the power of the idols pounds within your chest. But for now I am in mourning for a love gone unexpressed. He was harder than the chisel. I was a horrid block of ice. A winter's chill that stayed until he made his sacrifice. The man that I ignored saved me when I fell. Yes, the husband I abhorred rescued me from hell.
The song is so
Was a
beautiful.
joke when it was said to me. He struck a deal with our enemy's enemy. Made a secret weapon so my captors let me go. He gave up his freedom, leaving just a memory. And this love I'll never know is what he gave to me.
Try to be as empathetic as possible.
I can't believe what I'm hearing today. If your story stops there, I've nothing to say. I can't imagine. I feel like a child who grew up too fast. The goddess of love can't get past the past. What good is a flame when everything's ash? I can't imagine.
There's no excuse but mortals can tell.
You know.
There's no sweet release, it's ongoing.
You know. You know.
Everyone's here to bid me farewell. Can you imagine
I can imagine.
this really happened? I can't forgive the river's too deep. Its reflection won't lie, so just let me sleep. I can't let go of what could have been.
Lost in a moment, lost in a song.
Chills.
Lost in a moment, lost in a song. Lost in a moment.
Mother, I've stood by your side, now I no longer see the purpose of love when it tears at the center of me. My arrows are rusty, forget the bow, and I won't be begging you not to go. But when you're away, leave us a broken home. And you leave me alone, lost in a moment, lost in a song. Lost in a moment, lost in a song.
Lost in a moment. If anyone would know about the mysteries of love, you would know. Only you can decide. Lost in a moment, lost in a song. Lost in a moment, lost in a song. Lost in a moment. Lost in a moment. Lost in a moment.
I couldn't make the decision for her. Like, I didn't want her to go through with it, but I couldn't decide for her at the end. I couldn't just, I don't know. I couldn't make the decision for her.
Are you?
I'm fine. I'm still myself. I thought there'd be something more, that I'd feel her presence, but she's just gone.
She'll be back. But she'll also be you.
Yeah.
She'll be different.
I'll try to be ready. I promise.
Yeah, I didn't feel comfortable being like, after all that, being like, do this because I said so. You know, like, I don't know. I'm sure it would have played out differently in the actual song, but like, I don't know, after hearing all of that, everything, I didn't feel comfortable being, like, making that decision for her. That's why I picked that decision. Made that decision. You'll get through this.
You'll get through this, both of you. Healing takes time.
Yeah.
Not if you keep resetting the clock.
Yeah, I know.
Grace is right. I'm not Lady Aphrodite. But eventually, she and I will be one. Together, we will get through this.
I hope so.
I hope you're right. Before we go, Aphrodite told me you wanted her help to learn about Calliope's death.
Yeah.
I'm not my mother, but maybe there's something I can tell you. Do you have any suspects yet?
Well, I do, but I can only really say I do if I either believe it's Pan or if I'm clever, which I'm not. Honestly, when I got the option between charming, kick-ass, and clever, I honestly, I felt myself getting pulled towards clever, but I remembered that I chose charming when I played the demo, and that's what I wanted to do. That's the actual reason why I chose it. Like, I do like that, you know. I like that option, but if I hadn't played the demo and this was my first time, like, touching this game in any way, I probably would have chosen clever, to be honest. But it's fine. Whenever I decide to replay it, I'll do clever. So, I guess not really, because I don't believe it's Pan.
Not really, no.
That's
believe why I came here.
It's either Apollo, Athena, or both.
Aphrodite knew almost everyone.
She does. She did. If she suspected anyone else of being involved in Calliope's death, she would have mentioned something.
But she was suspicious of someone, and I have an idea who that could be.
You do?
You're thinking of Medusa, aren't you?
Medusa? Who's that? Grace. Everyone's heard of Medusa. Like, even if you don't know a lot of these Greek gods, I certainly don't. I know Medusa. Like, come on, we're not saying who was that. Why do you suspect her?
Okay, I'll bite. Why would this Medusa be involved? And why isn't she a suspect?
This Medusa, she
wasn't
hasn't heard of
implicated
Medusa.
in Calliope's death, no, but Mother always distrusted her.
Okay.
Medusa works for Athena as, well, as a watcher. That's how Lady Aphrodite described it.
Mother always complained there was something wrong about Medusa, that she would be trouble eventually. Athena disagreed.
Why did she think
If
she was
you're
going
going
to
to
be
start
trouble?
looking into anyone, Grace, start with her.
Come now, Venus. It's been a long night. I'll get you home.
Thank you for everything, Grace. Truly. It was a wonderful song.
It was. It really was. I think my favorite so far. It's so beautiful, but I feel so horrible for Eros.
So, did they have anything helpful?
Maybe? What do you know about Medusa?
Honestly, that achievement I just got made me feel a little better about it, because it was like, you honored her decision and let her rest, you know, like, that makes me feel a little better about it, the wording of that. Because, I don't know, I didn't want to take the decision away from her, you know, I don't know. But I wish it was different. And I guess I'll find out in a playthrough what happens if I don't do that.
Medusa? That's a rather dark name to unearth. Are you thinking of seeking her out?
Oh. Sorry, I thought it was gonna keep going. Isn't Medusa's story, like, really tragic, too? Like the snake stuff being, like, a punishment? Hold on. Because I know I've read something, but I don't want to, like, say, like, oh, isn't this what happened? And then be entirely wrong, so I'm gonna just search it up real quick. Oh, yeah, wasn't it, like... Okay, I read a little bit, and... The snake thing was a punishment that from, like, Athena. Like, Medusa was punished by Athena for being raped, is what it was. For breaking her chastity, her oath of chastity, when that wasn't her choice at all. Jesus Christ, yeah. Because I was like, are we making Medusa a villain, or is this like a thing where we think she's bad, but they might just be scared of her because of all the snake shit, you know? But when her story is actually really tragic. But I'm just thinking, are they actually like full on like keeping to the mythology for all of these gods? Or are they all of these gods and creatures, whatever? Or are they switching things up? Because I don't know enough to know if they've changed a bunch of stuff or not, you know? Because that makes you think, like, so Medusa is kept as, like, a watcher for Athena. She works for Athena who punished her. So that makes me think, like, I don't know, the more, like, after hearing that reaffirms my whole theory that Athena is behind this. Like, if they stick to that in the mythology, that's what happened. If they stick to that, it's like, yeah, like, I think I might maybe entirely right about Athena being the murderer. But I think I'm right. I'm right about that either way. Like, even before I realized there was Athena who punished her. But I guess we'll see if they keep that in the story or if things are different. I don't know. We'll see. If I can find her.
I am. Do you know where she is?
Not really, no. Medusa makes it her business to stay out of sight. Athena employs her as a spy master, a hound to do her bidding, a vicious hound at that. Athena's not likely to tell either of us where to find Medusa. I can't say for certain who would know.
Maybe Persephone would know?
Are you all right, Grace?
The reason I say that is because, well, they're both kind of disconnected, it seems, from the rest of the idols, kind of outcasts. So maybe Persephone would know. Maybe Persephone knows Medusa. Maybe she would know where Medusa is. You know? Because they both have tragic backstories. We don't know if they're actually going to use that backstory for Medusa in this game. I have no clue. But if they do, they both have tragic, fucked up backstories. Yeah, like, Persephone was also punished by Athena for what happened to her. Yeah, like, I'm just realizing, like, yeah, that's a pattern. Is that a pattern in Greek mythology? I have no clue. Like, if Athena did this, in Greek mythology, Athena does this multiple times, I have no fucking clue. But if they keep what happened to Medusa, then that's 2 times Athena has done this type of thing, and punished the victim. So, I mean, I think, but based on that alone, like, I feel like Medusa and Persephone could know each other. You know? So I think it's probably it's worth asking Persephone.
You seem troubled.
I could have just waited through that little line and then spoke about it, but whatever. Aphrodite went through so much.
What Aphrodite went through, it's a lot.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about the life of an immortal. It never ends.
Until it does.
Way to really sell it, Apollo.
can end.
How are things with Persephone? Is she helping as much as you thought?
I think she's been pretty helpful, but we haven't, like, worked together long enough for me to actually, like, accurately answer that question, but I like her.
Yeah, I kind of like her. Way more than I thought I would. Why?
All I mean to ask is, has she said anything?
Anything like what?
About...
Apollo?
No.
About how suspicious you are?
Never mind. It's none of my business. Please forget I asked.
You...
Give my regards to Persephone when you see her.
I do not like you, Apollo. Hold on. That's suspicious as fuck. Okay, so basically he's saying, like, did she say anything? Never mind. Goodbye. Like, two things. It could be two things here that I'm thinking of. Either one, he's worried that Persephone's gonna tell Grace something that'll put, you know, the suspicion on him, or he's trying to sow doubt into Grace's mind by being like, has she told you any? Never mind, I'm gonna go. To be like, oh, Persephone's hiding something. Persephone's keeping secrets. We can't trust her, you know? I think it's one of those two things. Either way, I do not trust Apollo. I trust Persephone so much more than I trust Apollo. He's so fucking suspicious. Jesus. Okay, this is the club. Yeah, okay. Here we go.
Apollo. Always so dramatic. Well done, by the way. And cheers to you, Aphrodite. You shall be missed. For a few years, at least.
Wait, so what is it that Persephone told Aphrodite about Hephaestus that was true but unwelcome? Because now that we know the story, it's like, well, obviously, before Hephaestus saved her, Aphrodite didn't like him, you know? She hated him. So maybe it's something that Aphrodite knew about him that was bad, but then she kind of just, like, dismissed it because he saved her. But it's still a true thing, and that Persephone said, and that's why Aphrodite hates her. Did I do the right thing?
I still don't know if I did the right thing.
Well, it was never up to you, Grace.
Mm-hmm.
The choice has always been Aphrodite's.
Yeah, that's
She's
why
been
I
in
picked
hell since the war. And you were only a visitor. I remember the last time I passed on my Eidolon.
Eidolon.
1952. I was married to, well, I'd say you'd call him a gangster. More of a thug. A mean, vicious little thug. Persephone saved me from him. Tore his head clean off. But not before he fired a shotgun into her chest.
Oh, fuck. Jesus.
Whatever.
And that's when it okay. Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, that sounds awful.
It was. Though not as awful as being his wife. We all have our sordid history, our personal horrors, building up like sediment around our souls. You can't let it bury you, Grace. You are the only one who can keep your head afloat.
Okay, so I guess they don't age then? Like, if the Eidolon is in someone's body, then they don't really age. Because that was something I was wondering about. Like, I guess they still age, and that therefore they had to pass them on. But she said that Persephone started inhabiting this body, or being a part of this person here, in 1952. And clearly, she does not look like she was alive in 1952. So, again, I had a feeling. Oh wait, what is this? Why is this a exclamation mark? What does this mean? I wish they'd explain, you know, give me a pop-up like, oh, this means this. Because how am I supposed to know what this gold exclamation mark thing means? Is it like, really go for the romance? Is that what it is? Because, hell yeah, I'll do that. You're incredible.
You're incredible. You know that?
There's no need to be facetious, Grace.
No, really.
I am incredible. It's true. It's good that you recognize this.
Okay, I take it back.
Oh, you can't take it back, Grace. I would have thought you'd learned that by now.
Oh? Did I fully start the romance? Because
After centuries of cruel injustice, everybody working against me, every idol but for one, violent with apathy. We couldn't reach a resolution, but you and I,
wow, holy shit.
of the underworld, and you, Grace, you. Something seems familiar about you. Have we met some lifetime ago? Gods like me don't have too much to hope for. The rules been fixed throughout the ages. So I have forged a daring path. I would like to make some changes. You see, we can win a revolution, you and I, you and I. I'm queen of the underworld.
I love this so much. This is so good.
Grace, your lost little girl. The first time we met, you called me that, and now I understand. Show it or not, I see your heart. You've got one big mouth on you, don't you?
Sure do.
Yet it's me who's closing in. Think I like
my God.
that mouth on you, won't you? You've overstayed your welcome. Time to go
Wow.
home.
Holy shit.
Get out of here, Grace.
Okay, I'm going. That was so fucking good. Holy shit. Wow. That was amazing. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little worried before jumping into Act 2 that like after Act 1 that like the songs were going to go a bit downhill, specifically because that song between Persephone and Grace in Act 1 where we were at the club, it was off. Like something was off about it. I felt like there were several bits of it that were a bit out of tune. There were some parts where I felt like there was some like straining in the vocals, some like struggle, and I don't know if it's because of the specific choices I made during the song and that I just got a weird version of it or whatever, but it was just off to me. And especially how when the last choice I made in the song wasn't the same color that I've chosen the entire song. It was so incredibly different that it was so jarring. Whereas, for example, now when I did the not this one but the one before, well, even this one too, the two songs in this act so far that I've done, when I've chosen a different thing, basically, it still worked, I think. So it's been fine. But in that song, it was just off. And then the last song, I believe, in Act 1, between Grace, Persephone, and Apollo, that was fine, but it just wasn't very impressive or anything that special, in my opinion. at least the version I had. So I was worried that I had seen the best there is. There was it was not gonna get much better than the first 3 songs in Act 1. I was really worried about that, but I've already been proven wrong twice. Like, these 2 songs that I have so far in this chapter, this act, probably my favorites so far. So I'm glad that I was wrong. And I guess now we've started off a romance with Persephone. I'm really into it. That was such a good scene. And I guess I'm guessing that's like a romance specific song. I mean, it definitely has to be. Like, that was a romance song, right? Maybe she still has a song in that scene no matter what, but it's not. But no, it felt like that was like romance specific. But either way, that was so good. I'm happy my fear was wrong about the songs not being as good anymore. Once the song was over, I couldn't do it. I couldn't take away the rest Aphrodite wanted so badly. She's gone now, and her eidolon has passed on to Venus. I don't think she was behind what happened to Calliope, absolutely not. But if she was, then I guess her secrets went with her. And that'll have to be okay. I'll figure it out. After Aphrodite's party, Apollo said something odd about Persephone. Is she hiding something from me? I don't know what to make of it. I don't know. Maybe she is hiding something, but I'm suspicious of Apollo, so. I went to see Persephone after Aphrodite's party, and in the middle of reminiscing to me about the last time she passed on her eidolon to a gangster's wife, Persephone and I had a moment. At least I thought we did, but then she went cold again, and now I'm left wondering if I imagined it. You did not imagine it. I crossed some line with her, but which one? It's so weird. I think the reason that's what she ended it is because I chose to be like, I see you're softer than you let on. And at first she was like, yeah, kind of. And then she was like, oh wait, no, I forgot myself. Leave. I think that's kind of what was happening there. Like, that you definitely had a moment. There's no. Her saying I imagined it as if she didn't like talk about how she liked her mouth and like leaned in for a kiss and then leaned back. Like, Grace, you did not imagine that. In the end, I couldn't do what Eros asked. I couldn't take that choice away from Aphrodite. I think he understood, and I guess he didn't have an alternative to offer anyhow. But it was still hard to watch him sink in on himself when it was all over. I hope he and Venus will be alright. Yeah, me too. In the end, I let Aphrodite go through with the ritual. She deserved mercy, just like Apollo and Venus said. So now Venus is her, just without her memories. At least for a while, as they both intended. I hope I did the right thing. Oh, Medusa. Oh, so we haven't even seen her, so now we get to see her. Now this is interesting. Once Aphrodite's party was over, I spoke to Venus and Eros, and guess who they brought up as a suspect? Medusa. The monster, quote unquote, with the snake hair who turns people to stone. Even I've heard of her. Okay, good, she has heard of her. But apparently not her backstory. Seems Medusa is alive. Backstory is such a weird way to put it, but I don't know how else to put it. Seems Medusa is alive and well and works for Athena as some kind of watcher. I don't think it's by choice, to be honest. Like, if they keep what happened to her in the game story too, then I don't think it's by choice necessarily. What is that? Like a security guard? A spy? They did say it was like a spy. Venus said Aphrodite was always suspicious of her, and she's worth looking into, provided I can find her. Like, even in this picture, she looks sad, doesn't she? Like, she looks sad. Yeah, I don't think she's as ruthless and awful as Apollo described her. Okay. Time to finally see what Pan wants. Maybe he has more info. Not yet. I want to talk to Freddie, and then I want to go back to Persephone real quick and see if we can chat with her after that whole thing, and then go to Pan.
Hey, so what's the news, Miss Muse?
Miss Muse.
Well, does a muse have a proper form of address? I just want to hear what exciting adventures you've been having.
Well, I went to a party held by the goddess of love, and she died.
Man, I always miss the really good parties. Here I was sitting at home
Okay.
just reading a book. Everything else okay, though? Do we know who the killer is yet?
Not just yet, no.
Not yet. Not
Okay,
yet.
well, let me know if there's anything I can do. If I have to hustle to become your high priestess, well, so be it.
I wonder how romances work in this game. Like, is it like because there was the exclamation mark and I decided to go for it with Persephone, does that mean I won't get any more romance dialogue options with Freddie and everyone else? Or is it like you can flirt with as many people as you want, and then eventually someone's going to want you to choose? I don't know. Because that's how... Because I think to Dragon Age Inquisition, that's how it is. Well, it's kind of like you commit to someone and then you're automatically locked out of the other romances during that. It's not like I don't remember them being like, hey, if you want to be with me, you gotta break up with this person. Or actually, maybe that is the thing, actually. I don't know. But I'm not sure how this is gonna work. Let's do the less serious one first. How are Kaz and Brian?
What are Kaz and Brian up to? You didn't tell them anything, did you?
No, I told them you came home, that you're okay, but that you're having a moment. They send their love.
Should we tell them, do you think?
What for? They have their own problems. Plus, Brian can't keep a secret to save his life, and Kaz is officially homeless.
Is he still crashing on Brian's couch?
Grace, you do know that Brian doesn't have a couch, right? Just some giant beanbag things?
Then where is Kaz Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I was right.
They'll tell us when they're ready. But right now, it's best just to not mix them up in this.
I knew it. The second when they were walking away, I fucking knew it. I know these things. You think I don't know, but I do. Just wait. Like, as soon as it's gonna be revealed that Persephone did have a relationship with Calliope. Because I know these things. And even if it doesn't get revealed, it's probably because they were too scared to put it in, because I know these things. I can tell. Sorry about the band.
I should really apologize about the band. This kind of puts a dent in your plans, doesn't it?
You're right, Grace. How dare you sabotage my dreams? I am so mad I could spit.
You know what I mean.
She loves her
Nobody could have seen this
sarcasm.
coming, sure, but it's always been something with me.
Well, as I see it, there are two ways this goes down. One, neither of us gets back to the band. It was just a thing we did for a while before I founded a cult in your name. Or two,
Fair.
we get back to it and the band now has the Muse as its lead singer. Edge of Elysium becomes the coolest and most appropriate band name ever.
That's actually...
Ugh, I still really hate that name.
Look, Grace,
I
you can't be the
like
source
it.
of all the drama
I was
and
gonna-
name
that's
the
what I
band.
was gonna
Okay,
say.
that's the rule.
I don't know, I kind of like that name. Like, it's catchy. It's like Edge of Elysium. Is that a thing? Is that like a reference to something? Or what? All I get when I search it is like an album called that and a book called that. So I'm guessing it's not a reference to anything. It's just a name. What do you know about the gods?
Exactly how much do you know about the Greek gods, Freddie?
I know my Greek mythology, but what I've read clearly doesn't line up with who they are today. Or who they ever were, maybe.
Still might be useful. There's got to be some truth to those stories, right?
Maybe?
Yeah.
Who do you want to hear about?
Oh, cool. Well, I've heard Apollo, the name, about Apollo, but I don't remember anything about Apollo. I just remember the name. Now, Calliope, I am completely clueless on, though. But I guess I can ask about all of them. But let's start with Apollo.
What about Apollo?
Okay, so the prophecy stuff checks out. Apollo was god of the sun and light, but also kind of enlightenment in general. He's always talked about as this beautiful and cultured god involved with the arts and the muses, kind of a Renaissance man before the Renaissance.
He's clearly had a rough time since those days.
Well, he was also a giant horn dog, Grace. I can list off like a dozen men and women Apollo has had as lovers, and there's probably more.
Weren't they all like that, though?
I mean, Apollo's no Zeus. He never assaulted anyone as a swan.
Oh, yeah,
I know, they
I don't
aren't
know
all
about
like
that.
that. Our sun god had a reputation.
Persephone.
Tell me what you know about Persephone.
Honestly, she's the least like her stories. Usually, she's either a victim or just the wife of Hades, or both.
I mean,
And that's it? She was kidnapped by
but
Hades,
both of those
end of story?
things are.
Pretty much. Her mother was so angry, she created winter. But otherwise, Persephone was just your average sweet and virginal fertility goddess.
You're right, that doesn't sound like her at all.
Must be hard to be defined by this one thing that happened to you thousands of years ago. I'd be pissed if everyone thought my story ended there.
Well, she is pretty pissed. That much is true.
But, like, that doesn't make the stories, like, inaccurate. Like, she basically, like, it sounded like she was saying, like, that, well, she's the least like her stories. Well, I mean, yeah, because it's been thousands of years, but, they're still accurate, mostly. Because, like, the whole, her being forced to be the bride of, and now I forgot the name even though they just said it, but forced to be a bride, that's true. Like, being kidnapped, like, all of that's true. She just also killed him after that. Let's go Pan.
You said Pan was some kind of lust god, right?
Mischief and lust.
Kind of. Pan's a god of the wild, and I guess that translates into a sort of lustfulness and earthiness, humping nymphs in the forest sort of thing.
And you don't like him.
Honestly, he's exactly what I'd expect him to be. All the stories say he's a lech and a beast. The Christians equated him with the devil. Weirdly, he's also the only god who's supposed to have died, though it's never really clear how or why.
Huh.
Anyhow, there's a great statue depicting Pan having sex with a goat. Next time you see him, you gotta ask him about it.
Sure, if I can. Okay, let's ask about Calliope.
Do you know anything about the Muses? Or Calliope in particular?
Yeah, for starters, there were supposed to be 9, though I guess there are some sources that said there were only 4, maybe 3. Each of the muses had her specialty. Did you know that Calliope is supposed to be the muse of epic poetry? She inspired the Odyssey.
Wow. I don't even like poetry.
Yeah, it was said her singing voice was unmatched. So they got that part right, at least.
Did she also lead the ancient Greeks in giant choreographed dance numbers?
No, but she once turned a bunch of snobby princesses into magpies, so there's that.
Ooh, Athena.
What about Athena? Is she really supposed to be the goddess of wisdom?
Sure, but mostly that's meant as tactical knowledge. Athena wasn't all sweetness and light. She was a warrior goddess. She was also the goddess of heroes. There are loads of stories where Athena helps guys like Odysseus or Jason or Perseus.
No female heroes back in those days?
Yeah, guess not. Women were the weaker sex, which maybe is why Athena was portrayed as being vindictive. She cursed Medusa, one of her own priestesses. She turned people into spiders, struck them blind, started the Trojan War. It's the whole thing.
Not being as wise as advertised is on brand for her then.
Yeah. So, she cursed Medusa. Like, that is part of the story. But I guess we'll see if the why is changed or not. I don't see why it would be, but I don't know. Maybe they think it's like a bit too dark or something. I don't know. I don't think so. I guess we'll see how they handle it in this game. What they say. Whatever. Ask about the idols.
Just how many of these gods are there? From what I've heard, lots of idols live around here.
Well, there are tons of minor gods in Greek mythology, hundreds even, depending on how you define them. Oddly, there is never any mention of the word idols in relation to them. Maybe it's like how people worshipped idols?
I sort of assumed it was related to the eidolon.
Which is
yeah.
a Greek word, but I think it means ghost. An image of someone after they die.
Makes sense.
Me, I'm more amazed at all the big names missing. Not just Zeus and Hades, most of the Olympians seem to be gone. Makes you think about what's been lost. But also what might still be out there?
Ask about other gods.
You think there might be other gods out there?
Well, there are all those gods the idols say wandered off. We don't know they're dead for sure, right? They could be living it up in Australia. Who would know? Then there are all the other mythologies, hundreds of cultures, each with their own pantheon. So what's so special about the Greeks? That only their gods are real, right? All those other pantheons could be living in secrecy, just like the idols. And that means they're hidden from each other, too. Oh, they could be everywhere and no one would know.
It's like a whole other secret side to the world.
Yeah, that's cool, right? I hope I get to meet Ganesha one day. Or maybe Lakshmi?
Okay, enough about mythology.
I wonder how much of those stories are true.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm giving you the quick version. There are reams of textbooks out there covering all this, but even they rarely agree with each other.
Really? Nothing definitive?
Ancient Greece was 3,000 years ago, Grace. Not much information survived all that time, if it was even valid to begin with.
Yeah. How have the idols stayed a secret?
You know what I find weird? That the idols have managed to remain completely secret all these years.
Well, that's not true.
Sure they have...
Because of what Aphrodite said about Ares, like, revealing their existence, which led to her being kidnapped. So that's not entirely true.
magic and whatnot, but in all this time, nobody's found them out? Athena is that good?
Who says nobody has found them out? The way I see it, it's like UFOs.
Okay, I have to hear this.
Okay, so you could have real evidence that UFOs exist and that governments have covered it up and...
Well, technically, not to be that person, but UFO literally just means unidentified flying object. So you don't need to prove that UFOs exist because any unidentified flying object is a UFO. But I get what you're saying, but I just felt I need to say that.
people still wouldn't believe it. Why? Because they'd get laughed at if they admitted it. Imagine the headline, "Greek gods exist and are living among us." What website would even run that?
Weird conspiracy ones. Yeah, you're right.
That's not really... I wouldn't really recommend looking into that, because most of that is complete nonsense. Like, I don't know if that's gonna help you really, but maybe it will. No more questions.
Okay, that's enough questions for now.
You sure? I can talk all day. You know I can.
I'll check back with you soon, Freddie. Time for more mystery solving.
Yep. Did that add anything to the journal? I guess none of it got added because we don't know 100% if it's true or not. Any of what Freddie told us. So that, I guess that makes sense. But let's go talk to Persephone, see if we have anything we can say to her. After our moment. Hello.
You've returned. I'm glad.
Okay.
I've had time to do some thinking. After Aphrodite's party, we never really spoke about the Eidolon and Calliope's memories. No doubt you have many questions.
Apollo told me a little about it. He did say I should talk to you, though.
Did he now? Is there anything you'd like to ask?
How many times have you died?
How many times have you died? Can I ask that?
We call it passing on. I've lost track of just how many times I've passed on my Eidolon. A dozen? It's happened less often in more recent eras.
And the one you told me about, the woman married to that gangster, she was the most recent?
I don't think of chastity as a she. That was me, just as the one my husband blasted with a shotgun was also me. It was one of the few times I wasn't able to prepare my successor.
So chastity.
We were friends, yes, but I didn't know what Persephone was, and I had no idea what I'd just become.
That must have been difficult.
It was more difficult taking over my dead husband's territory. Women weren't often mobsters in those days.
You were really a gangster?
Were you really a gangster? I've heard it said, but it sounds...
Let me put it this way. I felt as if I'd been blessed by a dying woman who saved me from a prison of my own making. I didn't know what I was, but I was free. I felt more alive than I'd ever felt before, and strong enough to toss an ox 10 feet. Did I set out to become a mobster? Not exactly. My husband's friends thought I'd murdered him, however, so they came after me. And one thing led to another.
Oh, I see.
Athena found me just as my memories were starting to return. I wasn't permitted to continue doing something so noticeable, so I was carted off to Olympus.
Damn.
It's too bad, really. I was an excellent mobster.
Is it possible to die forever? I mean, yeah, if you don't pass on your eidolon.
Wait, you said that Persephone passed on her eidolon as she lay dying. What if she had just died?
The eidolon will keep us alive for a time, even in the most horrific circumstances, in hopes that there's someone to pass it on to.
What if there isn't? What if Chastity had died before you were shot?
Well, then the line of Persephone would have ended then and there. Oh, there are some stories that say an eidolon will go wandering, that it never really dies. Who knows if there's any truth to that?
Interesting.
It's not exactly something we've had the opportunity to study. All we know is that many idols have left us forever. They've died, and that's how it happens.
Okay. So there's a chance that the eidolon could still be out there looking for someone, you know? Will I feel different as I change?
When all these memories start to return, will I feel different?
First, you'll have dreams. Places you've never been, people you've never met. But unlike with normal dreams, these will linger. Then they will come while you're awake. Sudden flashes or snippets of déjà vu. And sometimes it will seem so real you'll swear you're hallucinating. If there's anything difficult about the process, is that it becomes hard to differentiate between your life and all these other lives you're now recalling.
It does sound confusing.
Yeah.
Confusing and often unpleasant, as not all the memories will be fond ones. But that will pass in time.
Will I still remember my own life?
You said it becomes hard to differentiate your life from the others. How hard, exactly? It'll still be me, right?
Oh, how do I explain this? Grace, would you say that you are who you are because of your experiences? The things you've lived and done?
I guess so, sure.
Well, all the things Calliope has done, and those before her, will now be yours. They will feel like a part of your life as well. Thus, they can't help but shape you. The Grace that is now will be and will have done so much more. Fortunately, you don't have to deal with every memory. Each time the eidolon passes on, the oldest memories fade.
Okay.
And that helps.
That is still horrifying, though. Like, she's going to be an entirely different person. Like, that is just strange to think about. How is fading memories a good thing?
Wait, how is it good that old memories start to fade?
Think of how old we are, Grace. If all those memories returned to you with perfect clarity, they would destroy you.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean you've all forgotten so much?
Well, far more than we remember. The further I think back, the more it becomes a bit of a blur, actually. You'll recall important moments. Some will be mixed up with the stories mortals tell, and you won't be sure which is the memory and which is the story. An idol's memory is a series of islands in a dark ocean, and they become smaller and smaller as they recede into the horizon. It sounds dire, but you become accustomed to it. It just takes time. And now you have all the time in the world.
It's a lot to consider. Assuming I'll even have time to worry about it, what with the trial coming.
Either the trial will end poorly, in which case all of this is moot, or it will end well, and you will have plenty of time to digest.
Yeah, thanks for the update.
I'm a realist, Grace. It's what I'm best at. Now then, unless you've something else to ask?
Wait, so was she saying that, you basically, older memories will fade unless they're like huge, like big events. Because, I mean, that would make sense because obviously Aphrodite can't forget what happened to her, even though I'm sure that was a very long time ago, I think. That seems like it was anyway. And she still hasn't forgotten after passing on her idol so many times. So I guess because it's like a huge event, she doesn't forget it entirely. Tell me about the idols.
I'd like to know a little more about the idols. I am one now, right?
What constitutes a little more in this instance?
Well, what are we? Where did we come from? If an idol is a soul that moves from person to person, it must have started somewhere, right?
Yeah, that's true.
The big question. To which the answer is, nobody knows. I remember the original Persephone only vaguely. Indeed, I'm not even certain she was the original. I mean, was there something before her? How did she get her idol on? I couldn't tell you. Evidently, we wrote little down in those early days.
I was just about to ask about that.
Or forbidden to. And our memories
By
only
who?
stretch back so far.
Forbidden by
Anything
who?
beyond that simply isn't.
Like Athena, or was it someone else who told them they couldn't write everything down? How can you not know where you're from?
Psst. Isn't it strange to not know where you come from? For all you know, the idols could be aliens.
Aliens? Grace, you watch too many movies.
Gods are okay, but aliens are just wacky fiction.
Fine, yes. It is strange. Our earliest days aren't the only blanks in our memories, however. We have many. And the last was the day Zeus called us all together to tell us Rome had fallen and we should prepare for war. But did that war occur? I couldn't tell you. The last thing I remember after Rome was 1,000 years later, in the 16th century. I was in a different body, feeling as if no time at all had passed. Athena calls that period the gap. And that's what it feels like.
So it's like that for everyone?
All of us experienced it, and not one of us knows why or how.
So all that time is just missing? I'm sure something huge happened in the gap. Because, like, what? Every single one of you doesn't... Well, maybe some of them do. Maybe Athena does, for example, and she's just saying she doesn't. I don't know. But that is very interesting. There's definitely more to that. Tell me more about this gap.
The gap you mentioned. What was that like? Did you just wake up one day, or...
I wasn't asleep. I lived. I had lives. I passed on my eidolon. I may have known who I was and what I was, but perhaps I was completely unaware. All I know is that one day, Athena came to my nunnery. Near Trieste, I think.
Athena.
The moment that I saw her, all the old memories came flooding back. My life during the gap was wiped away in an instant, and it never returned. If someone did that to us, they were powerful indeed.
Hold on.
What about Athena? I mean, she's the one who found you, right? She must have been aware.
Athena woke up on her own, or so she claims,
Or so
and
she
spent the
claimed, yeah.
next century rounding up those idols who remained. Zeus, however, was gone. What became of him, what happened in Rome, we've never pieced it together. It's troubling.
Huh. Yeah, like, she just said that when she saw Athena, like, all the memories from the gap, like, disappeared. Right? Like, that's what she just said. So Athena does have something to do with it. She has to.
Tell me more about the war. It seems to have had a huge effect on all of you.
That's putting it mildly.
From Aphrodite's song, I know Ares betrayed everyone.
Yeah.
What did you do?
Hello?
Honestly, after my mother was murdered, I barely remember.
Oh.
Your mother?
Her name was Demeter. Not truly my mother, but an idol who had always cared for me since the early days. I thought we'd be together forever. Then Ares brought those filthy bastards down on us. Demeter was slain by bullets. Bullets.
Jesus.
Until that day, I had believed we were untouchable.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. That must have been hard to lose her like that.
I watched her fall, heard her scream. I would have run to her, but I was pulled away to safety. I don't know, by Hermes, I think. Whatever was left of the old Persephone, the innocent girl with the long hair who loved her gardens. She died with Demeter that day. After that, I don't know. We went from hiding place to hiding place. I didn't even know what Hephaestus had done for us when I found myself on a boat. We might have been gods once, but after the war, we were just refugees, like so many others, fleeing to a distant land.
Was it hard to come to the New World?
Was it hard for the idols to come to the New World? It's just a place like any other, isn't it?
Well, it wasn't the place that was hard, it was the fear. We knew we were vulnerable. We knew mortals could and would kill us. Suddenly, there were rules. We had to be secret. We had to stay close together. We huddled in the shadows and quaked each time the mortals so much as breathed in our direction. We couldn't all live that way. Some of us drifted away, faded into the night without so much as an explanation. That's what's been the hard part. Our inevitable decline in a place where we don't belong. We can pass on our eidolons as often as we like, but it will never truly be
as
home.
often as we like. Gotcha. Tell me about Hades.
Are you willing to talk about Hades? If you don't want to, that's fine. I'm just...
Incredibly curious how I ended up murdering my husband.
That, yeah.
One might think that my hatred of Hades began when he kidnapped me and forced me to be his bride. But honestly, that wasn't it. I hated my brothers and sisters for letting it happen, but Hades himself terrified me. He had a presence. One that forever made him the most important man in the room. And me? Oh, I was nothing in comparison. When Hades began doting on me, trying to earn my favor, I swooned that he might deign to think of me that way. For centuries, I actually thought I was in love, that the kidnapping was the best thing that ever happened to me. It's funny how our perspectives change.
Yeah. What changed between you and Hades?
If you got along with Hades for so long, what changed?
I did. I grew up. I was a trophy for Hades, a conquest that he expected to remain meek and unchanging forever. He went out of his way to keep me small. I slowly realized that, he'd always been that way. Manipulation and arrogance behind the handsome sneer. We battled for centuries. I hated him, and I told him so, but he refused to part with me. He declared that I was his and would stay in the underworld where I belonged.
Jesus.
And that's when you killed him?
That's when I killed him, yes.
Good.
The first time one idol had ever murdered another. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he deserved that shit. Jesus Christ. I never heard of that part of Hades. Literally all I know about Hades is that there's a game called Hades. It's apparently really good. That's literally all I know, so. Fuck him. You were punished for killing Hades, right?
I'm guessing the other idols weren't thrilled with you killing Hades.
Well, yeah, they didn't know what to do with me. And Athena was furious that the most powerful remaining idol had been lost. See, this was before the war and before all the new rules. The chorus had never once contemplated execution, but they certainly considered it then. In the end, they decided it was better to humiliate me. They ensured I did not benefit from Hades' murder and stripped the throne I had wrested from his grasp.
Which you weren't happy about.
I asked them where they were all those years while I pleaded for help. I was held captive, and what was I expected to do? Would lie down and take it forever because Hades was more useful to them alive? No.
Yeah, I don't
stopped
get
doing what was expected of me the day I slit his throat. May he rot in Tartarus with the Titans for all eternity.
Like, generally, fuck them for doing absolutely nothing, just sitting by. And then when she actually defends herself, finally, they're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? We're gonna humiliate you now. Fuck you. Like what is wrong with them? Like, generally all of them for letting that happen. But especially Athena, because she's the one in charge, right? Like, I don't understand how someone could just sit idly by while something like that happens. How did you end up running a nightclub?
How did you go from ruling the underworld to opening a nightclub named after it?
I won it in a bet with Dionysus, god of merriment.
Okay, there has to be a story there.
Well, the story is that he was a fool, but a charming one with many patrons. They built him a nightclub as his personal playground. And it was a grand old time for Dionysus in the 1970s, I assure you, but he didn't know how to run a business. By the time disco was ready to die, so was his stupid club. So I offered to make it profitable. If I succeeded, he would turn ownership over to me. He accepted because, frankly, all he wanted to do was drink anyhow. I was successful. The club became mine, and I kicked Dionysus out for never paying his tab.
Sucks to be him.
Dionysus ever sobers up, he might decide to be sore about it, but so far, that hasn't happened.
Jeez. Well, okay. Tell me more about Calliope.
Tell me more about Calliope. You and her were good friends, right?
We were.
And
if you had told me a decade ago that I would become close to one of the muses, I would have laughed in your face.
And now it's happening again.
I always considered them Apollo's creatures. Calliope, Clio, and Talia. Vapid, frivolous gods who handed off their eidolon to any artist who took their fancy. Every time I met one of them, they were someone else. Apollo called them the Sisters of Beauty, no matter their gender. Can you imagine that? That's such a stupid name.
I never thought of that. Do idols change gender a lot?
Probably.
Well, we tend to seek out successors like ourselves, but it happens. With the muses, it happened frequently. Everywhere Apollo went, they surrounded him like a gaggle of ducklings, just like him to gather his own fans.
Since we're actively talking about Apollo right now, let's do what's the deal with you and Apollo?
What's the deal between you and Apollo? The way you two fight.
I've told you how he and the other idols stood by and let me rot with Hades, did I not?
Yeah.
It seems more personal than that.
Okay, there's an old saying that no one escapes the underworld. But that's not true. I did. Once. Not long after Hades kidnapped me. I was homesick, and I missed my mother. Charon took pity on me and allowed me across the Styx. And after that, Grace, I waded through darkness itself to get out of there. Hades chased after me relentlessly, but I evaded him, right up until I got to the very slopes of Olympus. And who do you suppose was the first idol I met?
Apollo.
Uh-oh.
Apollo stood there. I cried out to him, begging him not to let Hades take me, and yet Apollo did As he has always done. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I'm not fucking surprised.
Hades
That
was
does
thrilled.
seem like him.
And I knew then and there I could never rely on my so-called family for anything. Ever again.
Like, the way he expressed that he regrets saving Grace because, oh, now attention's on him and it's like, oh, he's expected to do stuff. Like genuinely, I mean, like, this is much worse. Like, she's like crying and begging him not to let Hades take her, and he's like, okay, bye. Like, seriously? Like, I do not like that guy, and I do not trust him one fucking bit. Like, with how he's like just following the status quo, whatever. Like I said, I would not be surprised if Athena thought Calliope was a danger to the rest of the idols, and so she ordered Apollo to kill her, and he did. I would not be surprised. That again. How did you end up friends with Calliope?
If you disliked the Muses so much, how did you end up becoming friends with Calliope?
She sought me out. She'd become more and more unhappy on Olympus, so she decided to leave just as I had, long before. Calliope asked for my help, and I laughed in her face. Go ask one of your sycophant mortals, I told her. I mean, surely one of them has some threadbare couch you can sleep on.
Wow.
Typically, she was undeterred. She didn't just want a place to stay. She said she wanted to learn how to be truly independent from an idol who had mastered it. What can I say? I mean, I am a sucker for a well-timed compliment. I took her in. Apollo was furious. He and Calliope were barely speaking, but he was certain she'd come crawling back to Olympus. Oh, it made taking her in all the sweeter.
He was furious, you say? No, the more I found out, the more the more sure I become of Apollo killing Calliope. You and Calliope became friends after you took her in?
After you took Calliope in, that's when you became friends?
No, not right away. I wasn't looking for a friend. What I was looking for was an opening act in the club. Calliope entertained here for years, and then eventually turned from performing to attracting new acts. She was in her element. She and I, we warmed up to each other eventually. She was more capable than I expected, and I adored her furious rants.
Calliope didn't seem like the furious type when I met her. That's hard to picture.
Oh, then you didn't really meet her. She was an idealist, and nobody could ever quite live up to her standards for very long. Her brothers and sisters, least of all. The idols needed to change, she said. They were withering away in the shadows, diminished and unwilling to save their own skins. When I joined the chorus, she expected me to change everything, as if I could single-handedly override Athena. I was to be her champion, and together we would bring revolution to the idols. Well, I was yet another disappointment. She left the club, but I gave her a place to live. We were supposed to stay in touch, but you know how it went from there.
So them not talking for 2 years wasn't like, oh, something bad happened. It was more like they just didn't keep in touch. Yeah, what happened to the other... I'm wondering this. What happened to the other muses?
What happened to the other muses? You mentioned 2 others. Were they lost in the war?
One of them was, though not like you think. The day we were to leave on the ship, Talia simply never showed up.
Do you know what happened to her?
We never heard from her again. Apollo thrashed about in mourning, but, Talia had been fading away for years. It wasn't a surprise to the rest of us.
And he didn't notice?
What about the other muse, Cleo?
Died long before. a victim at the hands of a mortal man, when she no longer possessed the power to bedazzle him. As I understand it, he kept her in a cage as a pet until her eidolon shriveled up and perished. He was dead before she was.
Jesus Christ.
Ugh, that's pretty dark.
Yeah.
Yes, well, we come by our wariness of mortals honestly, Grace.
That's all I can think of for now. I'll see you around.
Oh, yes, that's where I'll be. Around.
That was like information, but that was a lot of exposition. That was a lot. Let's see what's been added here. Persephone told me a little about how Calliope came to her at the underworld. How at first Calliope was just a singing act, but eventually they warmed up to each other. Until Calliope's lofty expectations became too much. I'm willing to bet Persephone had just as much to do with their parting ways, but it sounds like for a while they were indeed close. And I think closer than she said. Persephone finally explained what her real beef with Apollo was about. Once, she escaped from the underworld with Hades hot on her heels, and when she finally got to Olympus, the idol she ran into was Apollo, and he did nothing. I'm trying to imagine what it would have been like to be dragged away by a smug Hades while the brother you thought would help, who had to know how desperate you were, just stood there and let it happen. I can't help but wonder if that's the entire story, but even so, it all makes sense now. Yeah, fuck him. I don't care if he had a reason for not doing anything. I don't care. There's no excuse for that. I'd heard it mentioned a couple of times now that Persephone used to be a gangster. Apparently her eidolon was last passed on to Chastity, the wife of a mobster who she then replaced for a while, at least until Persephone's memories returned. This must have been, what, the 1950s? Pretty crazy to think about. I finally learned a little about what Persephone and the other idols went through during the war. She told me about how Demeter died, how Ares betrayed them to the enemy. Just think. One day you believe you're a god, for real, and the next you realize just how vulnerable you really are. That has to have messed with all their heads, not just Aphrodite's. Finally, I know the whole story about Hades and how Persephone murdered him. You know what? Sounds like he got exactly what he deserved. Yeah. 100%. Okay. Will she have anything new, or will it just be like, hi, I gotta go? Gotta see, just in case. Before finally speaking to Pan.
Back again, Grace? People will talk.
About what? It seemed like you...
Oh, there's
Wanted
more.
to keep our relationship on a business level. Yes, I help you, you help me.
Yeah, that. Though I don't know what you could need my help with.
Oh, I'm sure I'll figure something out in time.
Really?
Now then, unless you've something else to ask.
No, not really. I'll see you later, Persephone.
Okay, let's go back once more, just in case she has something extra to say like that.
Well, if it isn't Grace appearing at my doorway once again. A pleasure, as always. Something specific on your mind?
No, not really.
Oh, cool. I didn't know about this. Okay, you can just hit spacebar to pause. That's weird. I was like, huh? Like, I for a second I felt like I was watching a video, but no, you can just pause that way.
I'll see you later, Persephone.
So let's finally go and talk to Pan after all of this time. Oh, that's the tree that appeared when he was singing
hello,
before.
Grace, but I'm afraid that look on your face might be catching.
What is this place?
It's a garden, darling. Surely even mortals have them.
This building. All those people I pass getting up here. Are they all idols?
Oh, at least some of them. Welcome to Olympus, dear Grace.
Oh, this is Olympus? Okay.
Our home hidden away in plain sight. Marvelous, isn't it?
Is Olympus hidden?
I've passed this part of the city 100 times. I've never seen this building. Was it always here? Or...
Our Lady Hecate provides glamours that allow certain things to go unseen, such as my glorious horns. Olympus is the same. Those invited see it. Those who aren't see exactly what they expect.
Okay.
It's not anywhere as grand as in the old country, but it serves its purpose.
Cool. This isn't grand?
I don't know, Pan. Olympus seems pretty grand to me.
As if mortals would know any better. This isn't the first time you've been here. I'm sure Hermes took you to Athena's dreary office.
Oh, that's also here.
That's here? Huh.
Good one, that Hermes.
I guess that makes sense.
Almost as dull-witted as the original, but biddable.
How many idols are there?
How many idols are there? I've met, what, less than 12?
Oh, I don't know, 20, 30. Our numbers have dwindled so much I've stopped keeping track.
I didn't know there were that many gods.
We're not all equally legendary, it's true. Some idols were barely worshipped, others not at all. Indeed, not all of us are idols. Some are merely immortal. Hangers-on, if you will. You'll meet them all, given time.
Okay. Do most idols live here?
Idols live here? I mean, Calliope didn't, obviously. Apollo doesn't either.
One must have special dispensation from Our Lady of Wisdom, Athena, before they can take up a private dung heap like Apollo's.
Am I gonna have to give him my apartment?
That's rather putting the cart before the horse, darling. First, you must outlive the weak.
True.
Right. Good point. You asked me to meet you here?
I did. Though I feared you might decline, considering your rather callous rejection earlier. Regardless, my pride is intact, as is the favor you owe me, which I now wish to collect.
Oh god, okay.
Oh, sure. I'm totally in a position to help others right now. Lay it on me.
Here's the thing. A friend has begged for my help, and you're far better suited than I to offer what he requires. I'll give you a key to reach the reliquary where he resides. You help him, and then we're even.
Okay.
If that's not enough incentive, the reliquary is also where you'll find the lovely Hecate. A sorceress of her power could aid your quest. What do you say?
Okay, so I have to help. We have to help a friend of his, and at the reliquary, and there we will also meet Hecate. Okay. What is a reliquary?
What is this reliquary? Doesn't that have something to do with the bones of saints or something?
Not those relics. Our relics. The relics of ancient gods. Magical treasures collected over thousands of years. Books, mainly. We store them in a faraway place so no one unsavory can get their hands on them.
Unsavory like you?
Unsavory like most. Athena has decreed that these relics are not to be used by any save Hecate and herself. A rather dull waste of so much amassed knowledge and power, but who am I to judge? I'm not leader of the chorus.
Is the reliquary dangerous?
If these relics are off limits, does that mean they're dangerous?
Some. But I'm not asking you to chase after any of that nonsense. In fact, I'd advise against it.
But what if one of those relics could help me?
My, such an adventurer you are. It's possible, but ask Hecate first. Okay. She, and I mean this with complete and uncharacteristic seriousness, is not an idol you or anyone wishes to cross.
Okay, I believe you. Would Hecate really help me?
This Hecate, do you think she could help me?
If she's of a mind. She is the goddess of dark magic,
Makes
the
sense.
creator of all our marvelous glamours. If anyone can help you, it is she.
And if she's not of a mind?
Then she won't help you. Grace, that part is up to you. I can't be expected to do everything, can I?
Yeah, the dark magic bit makes sense from what I saw on Buffy. What kind of favor is this?
This
I wanna
person
know
I'm
that.
to help. What does he want? And why can't you do it?
Well, Grace, there are some things you're better equipped to handle than I. This, as I understand it, is a delicate matter of the heart. One that requires a muse's hand.
Okay.
A matter of the heart.
What, did you think I was sending you to rough someone up? Set something aflame? Don't be absurd. The man has an issue with his love life.
Okay.
Even if you can't help him, I'll treat the effort as worth the favor.
Oh. Okay. That's it?
So that's it? Fix up someone's love life? Nothing trickier than that?
Oh, the way you talk, Grace. It makes me blush.
Well, it's just that...
I trade in willing favors, Grace. If I didn't, no one would want to do as I ask, and then where would I be? I may seem untrustworthy, but allow me to reassure you. If I wish you harm, you will walk into that harm knowingly and with open arms.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so you can still flirt. Cool. I like flirting with him. I'm gonna do it again. You have a very sly tongue.
You're saying you can talk me into anything?
Anything you would enter into willingly and with eyes wide open, which covers a great deal. Yes.
That's surprisingly ethical of you, Pan.
I find consent wildly attractive, Grace.
Okay. I'm not going for him because I want to be as gay as possible, but definitely in another playthrough. I'll consider it.
I'll think about it. But no promises.
Marvelous. The gentleman you seek is named Asterion. Lovely fellow, quite harmless.
Asterion.
Now, if there's nothing else you need.
Asterion? So close to Astarion. I mean, Asterion, that's even how a lot of Americans seem to pronounce it when they talk about him. I just say Astarion, because why would I change it? But that's kind of wild. Okay, supposed to have someone named Asterion. What, no dancing? I want to ask about Medusa, though. Like, I feel like I should be able to say this and then this, but I'll just ask, what do you know about Medusa?
That depends. What can you tell me about Medusa?
That is a rather peculiar subject change.
Her name came up at Aphrodite's party. I'd like to look into it.
Maybe I shouldn't have
You'll
asked
find
him.
Medusa at a dingy little club
Oh.
appropriately named the Viper's Nest.
Okay,
Give her my regards.
I'm glad I asked them.
Do tell me you'll be careful if you go there, Grace. Medusa is a hideous creature and should be treated as such.
What do you mean by that? I get so many options to flirt, but I'm gonna be serious now. What does that mean?
Okay, I give up. How does one treat a hideous creature?
With a great deal of respect, if you know what's good for you. I'll send a package to your domicile that contains directions and the key you'll need to reach the reliquary.
I said no promises.
Well, if you decide to go, Grace, you'll still need all those things. Say hello to darling Hecate on my behalf, will you?
Sure. Thank you, Pan. Okay, let's check the journal. I went to see Pan in his natural habitat this time, which, it turns out, is a giant garden on the roof of a magic office building. Go figure. Anyhow, he's calling in the favor I owe him, and sending me to some place called the Reliquary, which I get to by using a magic key and finding a shipping container at the docks. That's pretty cool, though. To fix an idol's love life. Weird, but okay. I guess I assumed Pan's favors would involve, I don't know, mysterious things? Illegal things? There has to be more to this. Oh, for sure. For sure. There's definitely more to it than he's saying, but... What? I don't know. So of course Pan knew where I could find Medusa. She's in some club called the Viper's Nest. Sounds cheery. Even he said I should be careful of her. However, I guess I'll see for myself. Yeah, I guess we will. With nothing left to do but go to the reliquary for Pan's favor. Absolutely not. I have 2 more places to go. Okay, let's go to Persephone first.
Ah, Grace, there you are. Did you end up going to see Pan after all?
He asked me to repay the favor I owe him by helping someone at a place called the Reliquary.
The reliquary? That's normally off limits to idols. How will you even gain access to it in order to do this favor for him?
He gave me a key.
Well, who knows where he got that? It all seems rather suspicious.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think it'll be fine. Will there be trouble?
If it's off limits, does that mean I'll get into more trouble if I go?
Possibly, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. Hecate runs the reliquary and has considerable knowledge at her disposal. She might assist your investigation, provided it's written in her bloody book.
Her book?
You'll see. Now then, unless you've something else to ask?
No, not really. I'll see you later, Persephone.
Okay, so let's go to Medusa's lair first, right?
This must be the Viper's Nest. Scariest part of town, no sign. Just that one dude glaring at everyone. Well, I'm here now. Just another day in the life of an idol.
Oh, there you are. Man, this place is the worst.
Hello,
I think
Freddie.
someone peed on me.
Freddie? What are you doing here?
What, you thought I wouldn't notice you skulking off? You didn't even bring any equipment, Grace.
You brought a mace. Ooh, okay. I adore you.
Freddie, please tell me you don't think you're some kind of adventurer.
I'm sorry. Are you not about to head into a monster's lair at great personal peril? What else would you call that?
You're such a dork. I adore you.
Good, because I'm not about to let you wander in there without backup. Who knows? Maybe the stuff I know about Medusa might actually apply. Well, that'd be a switch.
What do you know about Medusa? Tell me what you know.
Okay, I'll bite. What do you know about Medusa?
Well, you know she was human once, right? And she was cursed.
Apollo mentioned it, yeah.
Cursed by Athena. Or so one of the stories goes, anyway.
But doesn't she work for Athena?
Hey, don't look at me. My knowledge of this stuff stops at a few thousand years ago.
She doesn't seem to know why she was cursed, interestingly enough. Just that she was cursed by Athena. Medusa is a monster, though?
She was once human, but she's definitely a monster, right?
I don't know.
One of the worst. Though who knows if that is still true.
From what Apollo said, I don't think she's changed much.
Then I guess you
I
need to
don't
be
trust
prepared for the
Apollo,
possibility
so-
that she is as bad as the legends say. Though some of the stories also say that she was wronged by Athena and that what was done to her was an injustice.
And Athena
Exactly.
just follows the rules, right?
Exactly, yeah. Can she really turn people into stone?
Do you think she actually turns people to stone?
Let's hope not, or this could be a short visit. Or a really, really long one.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Perseus used a mirror to reflect Medusa's gaze back at her. Oh, maybe you could use your phone.
You think that would work?
Unless you brought a mirror, Grace, it's all you got.
Let's do this.
Okay, enough talking. Time to do this.
You have a plan for how we're getting inside, I hope?
Maybe. You're here to help?
Always.
Then I have a plan.
Okay, use a distraction, find another entrance, confront the enforcer. Well, I'm charming, right? So I should be able to just confront this guy, right? No, yeah, I'm gonna risk it because I'm charming. Let's go. Maybe a bad idea, but I'm charming for a reason. I picked that trait.
Grace, you're not... of course you are.
Hi there.
Viper's Nest is closed. Private party.
I'm here for the party.
Yeah, the private party is what I'm here for. Why else?
All the guests have arrived. Do you have an invitation?
Ooh, I don't know. It's between I'm an idol and I know who your mistress is. I know who your mistress is?
Like, I know who the boss really is, and she'll want to speak with me. Isn't that invitation enough?
Freddie, you're looking very not cool right now.
Go on in. I'll send word to the boss you've arrived.
It worked. Cool. See? It all worked out fine. Song time? Who's that?
What a long day, hiding in the light. Such a long day, dreaming of tonight. This sacred bite. Hello, who's that there? You've messed up my flow. Just get your drink, girl, and take your seat. Oh, it's the muse.
Yep.
There are sacred bites, and then there's this sacred bite. So wrong, so right.
This is not what I was expecting.
I'm really gonna hate myself tonight.
It's good, but I was not expecting this at all.
Before you start the show, Pan said to say hello. That's what he said to say.
Well, any friend of Pan's is a friend of Pan's.
Okay. I hate to interrupt your flow. There's just some things I need to know. I wish there was another way.
That's beautiful.
Yes, you do. Now, look into me. Your body goes freely every time I see it tenders, turning jelly as it renders.
It's just like, it's a little bit scary. I don't know.
Can you say that once again? I missed it. You really want to sing,
I
but
should have
your
chosen Fight It.
mouth won't do a thing. It's meant to work that way. I call it the preparation. Yes, I could make you stung, but then my dinner's blown.
Okay, fine, let's do this.
That's why I've got this other way. Look into me. Oh, she's looking away. Hey, look
You flipped that hood.
me.
Then out came the snakes. Oh, you're so good. Finally, some
she go?
Athena made you like this.
She was mad at me, so.
Well, why was she mad?
She said I'd been bad.
Had you been?
No. Now look into me.
Listen, Medusa.
She hides you in shame, but she uses you all the same. You could live another way. If I was treated like you, I'd be a monster too.
That's kind to say, but you could never be a creature like me. You didn't kill
Calliope. So you know that it's true.
She knows.
That I didn't do it.
Oh.
No.
Yes,
Nice.
you do know. You know, does that mean Athena knows?
No.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think Athena's a killer,
Okay.
so.
It's dinner time. You're not gonna watch? Fine grace,
Just like fate made you, fate played me. Just like fate
won't see what your eyes see when you look at me. Don't look at me.
Okay. That's very uncomfortable to look at, actually.
You think that will hurt me,
Freddie.
child? You have not done your homework.
Oh, sorry, just trying to get your attention. Yeah, I've been watching, and I'm willing to bet you can't turn me to stone before I burn your snakes off.
It's okay, Freddie.
Hey, stand down, Freddie. Let's give Medusa some space.
Yeah, okay. I'm watching her, though.
That's fine, but.
You ready to talk?
Oh, fine. Fine. What exactly is it that you want, pretty muse?
I think that. Oh, I mean, first of all, that was amazing. I did not. I don't know. I did not expect that. Like, this song at all. Like, I don't think I've ever heard a song that sounds quite like that, and I really, really liked it. I thought it was so fucking good. It was like, I don't know. I it was so good. I don't really. It just kind of surprised me. But I was gonna say, it seems like they did. They are keeping her backstory the same. What happened to her the same. Because that, I feel like that heavily implied, like, oh yeah, Athena thought she'd been bad. Had she been bad? No. And then she just moved on. Like, I think they kept what happened to her the exact same. And I definitely think, as I said, this, by the way, this is a new day, by the way. You might notice because things look a little different because I have my webcam on the other side now, simply because I got a monitor. I have had a TV the entire time, and I could put this stand thing that I have for this webcam and ring light on that TV, but I can't put it on the monitor. So I have like a really heavy book that I have put it on this side of the desk, which is much easier because I can like put away the webcam when I'm done recording and stuff, and I don't have to like constantly have it in my face when I'm not recording. But it's I have flipped it, so I'm still looking the same way basically, but yeah, I just woke up, so I'm a little more low energy, you might notice. But I was saying, like I said last episode, I think they were just trying to like mislead us with like having people refer to her as a monster, whatever. I mean, I'm sure she's probably done some bad things when she's been forced into this like role, but I definitely don't believe she's like this evil creature, as Apollo was trying to say she was. Again, I keep doing that. Do you know what happened to Calliope?
Isn't it obvious? Tell us what you know about Calliope's death.
Blast! This is why I didn't tell Lady Athena. I knew it would come back to haunt me. I only followed pretty Calliope to the reliquary. I didn't touch her. I didn't even know she'd been attacked until I saw her flee. You did not even know that much.
Wait, this is the same reliquary Pan wants you to go to?
Huh. Wait.
Small world.
She was at the reliquary the eve she died, but I had no part in the muse's death.
So she was fleeing from the reliquary. I feel like what Pan's asking us to do has like nothing to do with why she ran away. Probably. I hope. But that is an interesting coincidence. Why were you following Calliope?
You followed Calliope to the reliquary. Why were you shadowing her at all?
At the orders of
I
Athena.
am Lady Athena's spy master, yes. Calliope has been trouble from time to time.
So you
Pan.
were spying on her.
I keep watch over every idol
Did
who
you
no
see
longer
that
lives
Pan was in the
Olympus,
background?
but especially Calliope. When I realized she was headed to the reliquary that eve, I followed. I had a duty to Athena.
Like, did you see that? Pan was standing right behind Freddie. Did you find out why Calliope was there?
Did you ever find out why Calliope went there?
I was never close enough to ask. When I drew near to the reliquary, that is when I saw the muse fleeing. She was frightened, bloodied, dying.
Let me guess, that made you hungry.
I gave chase, yes, but to discover the truth. I knew Lady Athena would wish to know.
Uh-huh.
And you wonder why I said nothing to anyone. After all, who would believe ugly, monstrous Medusa?
Sorry, I'm a little spacey right now. Ew. I actually don't like that. I'm like spacing out a little bit is what I meant to say. Because I just woke up, I'm like... But I believe that Medusa didn't hurt Calliope. Who attacked Calliope?
You said Calliope was attacked. Who could have done it?
I thought it might have been Asterion. I saw the great beast chasing her, as I was.
Pan's friend?
Oh.
It was not him, alas. He was as confused as I, and not a drop
Okay.
of the muse's blood on him. Yet I realized this too late.
So what happened in the reliquary?
So it wasn't Asterion.
I never entered, so I do not know. A question for Asterion and Hecate, perhaps.
You didn't tell Athena?
You haven't told Athena any of this?
Do I need to light things up again? 'Cause I'll do it.
I told her Calliope was at the reliquary that night. I did not tell her I was also there.
So Athena knows Calliope was attacked there?
Yes, no. If she does, surely not by whom. I am
Yeah,
but
like
guessing,
Athena.
however. Lady Athena tells me oh so very little.
Athena is behind Calliope's death. Because, like, she knows that Grace didn't do it for a fact. Because she knows that she was attacked at the reliquary. Like, Athena is behind it 100%, but I think maybe the game is going to start leading us towards believing that Athena killed Calliope with her own hands. But no, then it's going to be revealed that it was Apollo who did it by her command. That's my theory. How can we believe you?
Why should we believe you? You did just try to eat me, remember?
I am telling you the truth.
Right, and not at all trying to cover your own ass.
You presented an opportunity. Oh, to taste the sweet, sweet blood of a hero once again. It's a problem. I've been working on it, I really have. I know it's hard to believe what a monster tells you, but it is true.
I believe her.
Okay, let's say we believe you. For the moment.
Whatever you do, pretty muse, I beg you. Do not tell Athena of my indiscretion. Show mercy.
I won't tell her.
It horrifies you. It horrifies me as well. I cannot help what I am. I did not ask to be cursed like this.
I want to say straight up, just say no, but I'll think about it.
Indiscretion, huh? That's quite the word for it.
I cannot apologize for my hunger. I can only apologize that I am so very weak in the face of it.
I'll think about it.
I am a lost and cursed thing. No idol. If Lady Athena should learn the truth,
I won't tell Athena.
I hope you find what you seek, pretty muse. And that we meet again someday. And sing a different song.
I hope so too. I feel so bad for her. Channel your inner Perseus. Ew.
Pondering the big question, Grace. Do we actually believe her?
Like, isn't Perseus the guy who, like, beheaded her when she was sleeping? Isn't that what he did? Like, no, I did not kill her. I just thought back a little bit during the song. Fuck, what did she say? I had to, like, stop recording to check what she said because I was distracted. Yeah, so the question was, do we actually believe her? To which the answer is, I think so.
We should probably check at the reliquary to make sure, but so far, yeah, I think so.
You don't think maybe she's just trying to protect herself?
No,
I don't
think so.
Her fear just seemed real.
So the hunt continues? Great. More adventures for me then.
You were awesome.
Would you really have tried to burn Medusa's face off with an aerosol can?
Hell yeah! One hint of googly eyes and...
What would I do without you?
You'll never need to answer that question, Grace.
Oh, cute. Oh. We're going back to Pan?
Oh, if it isn't, the lovely Grace?
You knew. Right from the start, you knew Calliope was there that night.
Well, yes. She asked for the key and I gave it to her, no questions asked. I told you I didn't know what happened to Calliope, and that's the truth. I did not. So I nudged you in the right direction.
Huh. What aren't you telling me?
So you were what? Just trying to be helpful? You still aren't telling me something.
What possible reason would I have to...
Tell me, right now.
Medusa learned that Calliope was going to the reliquary because I told her.
Why?
Now, before you say anything, I had no idea of the fate awaiting our dear muse. And you yourself said Medusa was not responsible. I simply had to know if I'd inadvertently, rather innocently...
You sold her out.
Sold her out? She came to you for help, and you gave her whereabouts to the highest bidder.
I am trying to help, Grace. In my way.
What do you mean, in my way? What way is that?
So he might have actually caused her death by doing that.
The way where I don't take all the blame.
If I'm right about my theory.
What else will I discover, Pan? I'd rather learn it now than later.
I wish I could tell you, Grace. I truly do.
I just realized I haven't really been paying attention to the days in this game, because I did not realize it was day 5. I thought like day 3 at most. Well, okay, let's check the journal and then let's go talk to Persephone. I'd intended to go to Medusa's alone, but of course Freddie showed up all kitted up like an adventurer. Should I be thankful she wants to help, or should I be worried that she's not taking the idols seriously enough? Probably both, to be honest. Medusa turned out to be an excellent source of information. Assuming she can be believed, she followed Calliope to the reliquary the night she died. And that's where Calliope was attacked. She fled from there, bleeding, probably right to my apartment. It's bizarre though. What was she even doing there? Medusa said she was being chased by the Minotaur, but he seemed more confused than anything, so chances are he wasn't the attacker. This is really major. The only way to find out what happened to Calliope at the reliquary is to go there. Yeah. I confronted Pan about the key. He didn't deny giving it to Calliope. What's more, he admitted that he told Medusa where Calliope went right after she left. He sold her out. He claims he didn't know what happened to her at the reliquary, that he sent me to find out. But can I believe him? I believe him. I don't know, I believe it. Maybe that's foolish, but I do. So of course, I read that already. Medusa isn't an idol, I'm told. She's an immortal creature, one who used to be mortal until she was cursed by Athena. Unfairly, which appears to be a theme. Yeah. She accompanies the idols to survive, working for Athena in return for their aid. The turning people to stone thing? Totally real, except sometimes she just paralyzes them instead, so she can eat them. Her curse includes an insatiable hunger, I guess. And I almost got to experience it firsthand. Yikes. Medusa finally told me something interesting. She followed Calliope to the reliquary the night she died. Why? Because Calliope is sometimes trouble, so Medusa keeps an eye on her for Athena. She claims she didn't kill her, that Calliope fled the reliquary having already been stabbed. But by who? Apollo. Assuming Medusa isn't lying through her pointy teeth, she could have chased after Calliope, eager to chow down on her like she was me. And Calliope just got away. Medusa seems more terrified of Athena blaming her than anything, though. Her fear feels real. I guess the reliquary should be my next stop, to corroborate her story, if nothing else. Yeah, let's go talk to Persephone, but Athena is definitely the villain of this piece. Hello, Persephone.
Back again so soon, Grace? You're practically a regular at the club.
Yeah, I just came from a chat with Medusa, and...
You found her? Well, you're in one piece, so clearly my fears were unfounded.
Nope, they were completely founded, actually. Maybe I'd better explain what happened.
Okay.
I knew it. We never should have brought that monster to the New World. Athena is a fool to think Medusa can be controlled. You're fortunate to have made it out in one piece.
Her.
It could have gone very
Athena's
poorly
fault.
for you.
She's like that. If only you'd been there.
You're right. I should have brought you to protect little old defenseless me.
Ah. If I'd gone, you would have found nothing more than an empty building, I assure you.
Because you're so big and scary.
I'm glad you appreciate my finer qualities.
At any rate, Medusa might be in the clear. Pan, however, is not.
Pan might admit something unintentionally, but he can be too clever. Let me give some thought to our next step. Now then, unless you've something else to ask?
No, not really. I'll see you later, Persephone.
Okay, let's go to the reliquary. Oh yeah, it was a shipping container. Oh, we're through already. Good.
When I opened that shipping container, I was expecting, I don't know, rats.
Yeah.
Instead we have... Where the hell are we?
It's hard to say. Weren't we going to some kind of library?
So I was told.
That's how Pan described it. He said it was a, what's the word? A reliquary?
That is where relics are kept, like magic items, like when we played D&D.
This is nothing like D&D.
Well, I don't know about you, Grace, but if a dragon came flying out of that mist, I would not be the least bit surprised.
You are such a nerd.
Speaking of, how much do you actually know about Hecate and this idol you're supposed to help?
Tell me about Hecate.
Do you know anything about this Hecate? It's not a name that rings bells.
Let's see. Well, she was the goddess of witchcraft, the really dark kind.
Oh.
But she's never really portrayed as evil. She was more of an outsider, lived alone, off in her little corner of the underworld. Do you think that's where we could be? Oh, that is so cool. Oh, I bet knowledge is important to her. It could be an angle if you talk to her.
You are amazing.
I'm so glad I brought you, Freddie. I wouldn't know the first thing about any of this.
I'm getting so many flirting options lately.
Well, I hope it's actually helpful to tell you these things.
Why wouldn't it be?
Because it could all be wrong. I would have never pegged Apollo for a surfer dude with confidence issues.
Huh. Yeah, good point.
Well, it's been like thousands of years. About this idol we're helping.
The idol we're here to help is named Asterion.
And you know who that is, right?
No.
No. Should I?
That's the Minotaur's real name. You know, big bullhead, horns, lives in a giant labyrinth.
Pan did not mention that.
Why am I not surprised?
Am I supposed to know that reference? Or is that just like something that a lot of people know about that I just don't? Also, when they said labyrinth, like, and then Pan, it made me think of Pan's Labyrinth. Is that what it's called, the movie? I think I've watched that movie. Yeah, I have watched it a long time ago. Is the Minotaur dangerous?
This Minotaur. You don't think he might be dangerous, do you?
Well, traditionally he eats people, but he was also supposed to have been slain by the hero Theseus.
Well, not so slain after all. Pan says he has a problem with his love life.
Maybe he needs to stop eating all his girlfriends?
Maybe.
Okay, I knew that sounded wrong the moment I said it.
Oh, okay. We should go in.
We should go inside instead of standing out here in the fog.
It's more of a mist, really.
A mist potentially full of monsters.
What's the difference between a fog and a mist? Between fog
Are
and
you
mist.
really planning on doing that favor for Pan?
This is my specialty.
Meddle in love lives? Sweet Talk, the goddess of witchcraft? Freddie, who are you dealing with?
The master meddler and sweet talker.
Damn straight.
I look forward to seeing you in operation. There's no way at all this could go poorly.
Yeah, no way. Is that Hecate?
I guess the Titan thing is literal, huh?
Mortals within the reliquary. Who permits this intrusion, this sacrilege? This knowledge is not meant for the likes of you. I shall grind you into the dust from whence you came.
Okay. Chill. Let me introduce myself.
I am really sorry if we startled you. My name is Grace. We've never met before, but, I'm the new muse.
And I'm Freddie. Big fan.
If I broke a rule, I apologize. Pan didn't mention anything about that, I'm afraid.
You are Grace?
Mm-hmm. Is she gonna... Oh yeah, she's gonna, like, shrink. To regular
Then
size.
Calliope is dead. Is that now? I thought that was not for another 11 months yet.
I believe that is Allegra Clark. aka Josephine in Dragon Age Inquisition. You knew it would happen?
Wait, what? You knew Calliope was going to die?
No, I am not informed of this for another 11 months and 3 days.
Or I could just tell you now?
That cannot be. It is written.
Well...
Yes, it's right here. Calliope joins Grace's band. They become friends. Months later, there is an automobile accident and...
An accident? No, that's not what happened.
Are you saying the books are wrong?
Yes. Seems so.
They're wrong about this. Calliope was murdered just a few days ago.
That is impossible.
Well,
I don't know what to tell you.
You will explain. We will both sit and you will explain. There will be tea.
Cool.
Curious.
Had tea in so long.
It is clear something unanticipated has occurred, something outside the realm of fate.
Is that even possible?
It is, but I must follow the threads back to their source to find the origin of the deviation. It may take years of research.
Years? I don't have years.
That is unfortunate. If there is nothing else, I must ask you both to leave so I may begin at once.
Dude, when she said it is, I just all I heard was Josephine. So yeah, I think that confirms 100% that this is Allegra Clark. Can't you speed that up?
Is there no way to speed that up? Whoever's behind it might be the murderer.
Such threads are not so easily untangled. I must consult the Moirai, if indeed they are not the ones responsible.
The Moi what?
You might know them as the Fates. They, or any beings of a sufficiently cosmic nature, have the power to undo the order of things.
So the powers that be.
That does not sound good.
Certainly not. They are also not beings I can summon at a whim to solve your mystery. I am sorry.
Can I meet Asterion?
Actually, I came here to speak to Asterion. If, he is here.
A visitor for Asterion? How strange.
How so? Are those footsteps?
Oh. Are we doing guests? Is that a thing? I
oh, that's right.
Wow, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Freddie was
there
right.
Is.
As if there was any doubt.
My old friend, this is Grace. She is our muse from the line of Calliope, and it is she who asked for you.
Can we talk?
Hi there. Can we talk? Somewhere in private?
Talk? What, you and me? Why? What about?
You know, about a delicate matter that maybe you needed help with.
Oh, nope. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. No delegates here.
There you have it, Grace.
It's
I believe now is
adorable.
the time when you leave.
But there must be some mistake.
There is no mistake. Not this time.
Are you sure about that? Because I'm not going.
Is she
It
gonna
is
force
written.
us out?
Did you hear that? Pan sends me all this way and Asterion won't even talk to us?
Maybe there's another Asterion?
Yeah, more likely Pan's got me chasing my tail. This was pointless.
Well, I don't think we're getting back inside. Do you have another plan?
Time to use my powers, yeah. I think that's right, yeah.
I don't know if my powers will even work on Hecate, but it's worth a shot.
Ooh, a musical number. Do you think this one could be... do you hear what I'm hearing?
Is that... Oh, there he is.
Oh, you're still here? I had to run the entire... Oh, that's a long way, innit? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to send you away, alright? I just couldn't tell you, not in front of Kate.
Kate? You call Hecate Kate? Dude. Kate?
Kate? You don't mean... Oh, that is so cute.
I heard what you said about Calliope. I can help you. I really, really can. It has to be you. I am so in love with my dear sweet Kate. I just don't know how to tell her. Please help me tell her.
Oh, that's so sweet. Okay. Why Kate?
Do you really call Hecate Kate? Off topic, I know, but I have to ask.
Well, sometimes she has to go into the mortal world for a short time and do things for Athena.
Uh-huh. And...
Well, she had to make up a magic disguise, a new identity. And I thought she should give it a proper name.
And you suggested Kate?
Yeah, she really liked it. She said, "Thank you, Asterion."
Wow, okay. You're really the Minotaur?
Are you really the Minotaur? Like, the monster who roamed a maze and ate people?
And is supposed to be dead?
Well, my father locked me up in a labyrinth, but I never ate anyone.
Oh, well, that's good.
Except Theseus. But he was a bellend.
Okay. You're in love with Hecate?
Let me get this straight. You're in love with Hecate. That Hecate.
Oh, mate, Kate is... She's just the best. Like, she knows everything and she always smells so good. Like, she's so nice to me and she doesn't even have to be. Oh, we got stuck in the tower together because we can't live in the mortal world.
Why can't you live in the mortal world?
I could make her happy.
Oh, because, yeah.
Well, I want to try. Oh, won't you help me?
Why not talk to Hecate?
Have you tried, I don't know, talking to her about how you feel? I take that as a no.
I don't have the words. I've tried. Every time I end up knocking over a table or killing a cat or talking about how sometimes meat has that grisly texture I don't like.
You killed her cat? Oh, no.
It was a small cat. I panicked.
What?
I'm just not good at words. Right? Really not good.
What the hell? Poor kitty. Oh. Let's assume I help you.
Okay, so you're in love with Hecate. What is it you think I can do?
A muse knows about poetry and the heart and how to make words beautiful. All I want is to ask her, but I need good words. Please say you'll help me.
Doesn't this seem weird?
I don't know. Doesn't this feel a little weird?
Which part?
Helping him woo her with my powers.
You heard what Pan said. You can't make anyone do anything they don't want to do.
Yeah.
You can only make them say what's in their heart.
Yeah, that's the part I can't do.
What will you do in return?
I do this and you'll help me in return, right?
Athena made Kate swear she's not allowed to say anything about what happens at the tower. But she never made me swear.
Ooh.
Maybe she never thought anyone would ask. But I'll tell you, even if Kate doesn't like it, I'll tell you.
If I do this first.
If you help me, any trouble will be worth it.
What if she turns you down?
Hecate might say no. You know that, right?
Well, she probably will. I mean, she's Kate. And I'm me. But just once, I'd like to be able to ask her, to say it out loud instead of thinking it. I'll still help you. No matter what she says. I promise.
Okay. I got this.
Okay. I have an idea.
You do? Well, you do?
You, my bullish friend, are gonna sing your little heart out.
Grace always has the best ideas.
Here we go.
Vibe and you go for it.
I'm not great at words. I'm more of a dancer.
Just speak from the heart. Be honest. You can do it.
This is so cute.
You cast a spell on me. Not literally, obviously. But I feel in summary, you and me are meant to be. 'Cause you put a hex on me. You didn't do it to me directly.
Oh God.
I'm not blaming you specifically.
Oh God,
just
come on.
Metaphorically. Shit, can someone help me?
You're fucking it up, go on.
It's okay. Okay, what are some of the things you love about her?
Ooh, that's cool.
Hecate, with you there's so much to love. Oh, I'm not saying you're fat.
Did not just say that.
God.
Tell her something she doesn't know about herself.
Oh, Katie, to me, you know you in rapture?
Ooh, good word.
Your pallid skin, your lips are so thin, your love of books.
Asterian, I have but one thought. Why is it that you seem so distraught? Are you saying you're in love with me? You couldn't possibly. Really?
Oh, you're doing great. Give it another go.
You got this.
You've cast a spell on me. It's a feeling that's killing me. But let's say categorically, oh Katie, it's just you and me.
Maybe I wasn't sure there. It was 50-50.
Yeah, that's what I've always called you. It sounds juvenile, but that name makes me smile. I've always wanted to tell you. Anyways, as friends, I'm only a fraction of what I can be. I mean, I'll still make you tea, but don't you want more than tea?
Is this what you truly wish to do? This love could easily fall through. Imagine if we ceased to be. It's a possibility, don't you see?
Oh God, he's looking pretty bad.
Hecate, it could be this spell on me has blinded my eyes from what you can see. If there's even the smallest possibility of losing you somehow, I'll take it back now.
Freddie, you got this.
Could someone please rescue me?
Freddie, you gotta step in.
Me?
Yeah, you're
Yes.
just as qualified as I am.
You got this.
Hecate, I'd say he's really put himself out there. No, he
nice.
cannot undo. It's a brave thing to do. Wish I had his daring. Well, I'm saying that I've missed out before. Last chances rushed out that exit door. I could never let my heart be heard. And it's withering.
Let Hecate respond.
I'm reconsidering.
I'm tempted, but what you're all telling me is nothing will go wrong, for it's destiny. Have you truly considered this carefully? Black magic takes a toll, and if you lose control, the cost is paid by reality. Is my heart worth everything going amiss? I cannot protect you from the dark abyss. So don't dismiss, just resist.
You think that I don't know the darkness inside of me? You know the stars, but do you remember your history? I love the person I have become. You changed me. Come with me.
Aww.
Come with me.
It's adorable.
Come with me. Come with
deserve a love story.
Asterion.
Kate?
It seems you've cast a spell on me.
You will not regret this.
Not yet. It is written.
Okay.
You've cast a spell on me. To think I shall have my own story. You've cast a spell on me. And we shall write it together. You've cast a spell on me. A tale of romance and glory. You've cast a spell on me. But do we have enough leather? You've cast a spell on me.
Leather? Aww. That was cute.
Well, that was diverting. You felt this way the entire time, Asterion, and you said nothing?
I didn't think I was worthy. I mean, look at me. I'm only, half a man.
You have been a devoted friend over the long and lonely years, Asterion. I only wish I had realized sooner we could have been more. As for you, Grace, I thank you for arranging this diversion, however it came to pass.
Of course. Wasn't it written?
I don't get it. Didn't you know this would happen? Wasn't it written?
Of course it was. It was also written that I would be unaware of Asterion's feelings until he spoke them to me.
But you knew that.
That is so...
I follow the rules.
So
it is written.
Interesting. That is so... Huh. I'm happy it worked out.
I'm glad to see someone happy, finally.
That would be me.
I am also not displeased by this course of events.
Wow, look at you. Living the wildlife.
Come, Asterion, I wish to speak of this further, and find an appropriate outfit.
Okay.
Hey, wait for me outside, yeah?
Yeah, I will. Okay. Aw, that was cute.
How long are we supposed to wait? It's been over an hour.
I'm sure it's fine, Grace. I doubt the Minotaur would break his promise. Say, what'd I tell you?
Whew. You still here? I'm sorry. Kate had a lot to say.
Is everything okay?
Everything's okay, I hope?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was so wonderful. Kate just wanted to talk about feelings and that, which, well, neither of us are good at. Right, so, I suppose you want to know how Calliope broke into the reliquary that night.
We heard part of the story from Medusa. She saw Calliope fleeing from the reliquary, bleeding.
And when Medusa ran after her, that's when she ran into you.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, I was also chasing after Calliope. She'd broken in. Why she did? Hecate can't figure out. She didn't touch anything or take anything, but somebody attacked her when she was here.
Maybe she came here to meet someone, and they attacked her. Like Apollo, because they were friends for so long, right? So if he told her to meet him in the reliquary, she probably would have. Maybe. How do you know nothing was taken?
How do you know Calliope didn't touch or take anything?
Kate knows everything in the reliquary, right down to the last book. She's been looking, but she can't figure if anything was touched. It makes her so mad not to know. And it made Athena pretty mad too.
Athena got involved?
Yeah, when Kate finally told her, Athena wants Kate to keep investigating, but it doesn't look good.
So Athena knows what happened here.
Athena knows what happened here the night Calliope died?
Yeah, Kate told her a day or so later, I think. We didn't know Calliope died that night, though.
What? Athena didn't mention it?
Nope.
Suspicious.
Not that that's weird. She's not the chatty type, She came in all quiet and cool, wanted to know who was here that night and what Calliope might have wanted. She swore Kate to silence. Not me, though. Guess she's not as smart as Kate.
What kind of relics are there?
What relics are there? Maybe Calliope was looking for one, but couldn't find it before...
Yeah, that I'm not supposed to say.
Do you have the golden fleece, the shield of Zeus, the sword of Damocles? Is it suspended?
You know a lot about that stuff for a mortal.
So it's all real?
I can neither confirm nor deny any of that.
I mean, you
All
basically
I know
just
is that nothing
confirmed
got
it.
used and nothing got taken.
Okay. Could it have been Medusa?
Couldn't Medusa have been the one who attacked Calliope?
I don't think so, but I want to ask you.
I thought
anyway.
maybe because she was chasing Calliope too. Well, why would she do that? But now I don't know. Medusa never got into the reliquary. I sure never let her in.
Couldn't Medusa have broken in like Calliope did?
Yeah, but I chased Calliope from the reliquary. If Medusa had been there, I would have seen her.
Did you ever find Calliope?
You chased Calliope, but did you ever catch up with her?
No. If I'd have caught her, I'd have brought her back and Kate would have gotten answers out of her.
Yeah, of
After
course.
I ran into Medusa, Calliope was long gone. Only thing I found was Pan's key.
You mean this key? The one
Oh.
Pan gave me?
Yeah. Well, Calliope must have dropped it. I sent it back to Pan.
Oh, okay. Well, we already know that Pan gave the key to Calliope, but let's ask it anyway.
How could Calliope have gotten Pan's key?
The same way you did, I guess. Pan must have given it to her. There's only a few keys to get into the reliquary. Athena doesn't want the idols to come here much.
And Pan has one. That's odd.
Yeah, so, I made it for him a while back. Different favour.
Okay. Who else could have attacked Calliope?
If it wasn't Medusa, who else could have attacked Calliope here? Who had access?
It was just me and Kate. I didn't see anyone that night other than Medusa.
How did Calliope get inside?
Well, she must have snuck in the back way. Where do you think I keep running from?
Oh.
Until the alarms went off, though, we didn't even know anyone was here.
Wait a second. So he said he ran into Medusa, but didn't he say that he didn't run into Medusa? Or did I just mishear him? Because I thought he said that he didn't see Medusa when he chased after Calliope, and he didn't know she was there. But then he said he ran into Medusa, and he's talking about it as if as if he ran into her. But also, I could have just misheard, misunderstood. But I'll lock that thought away somewhere in my mind. The reliquary has alarms?
Did you say the reliquary has alarms? Like burglar alarms, cameras?
Oh, no, nothing like that. It just has a lot of protections. You know, magic.
That makes sense.
I don't know magic, actually.
Well, it's just meant to keep the dangerous stuff from being touched. That's how Kate knows nothing was touched or stolen. We just don't know what did happen. Yet.
Okay, let's consider what we know.
Then Medusa's story checks out. She was here, yeah, but she was never in the reliquary.
Oh, he didn't see her in...
And
okay.
Pan's name popped up. He sent you here, Grace, to do some favor. Yet he had to know Calliope came here that night.
We already know
Which he
knows
failed
that.
to
He knows
mention
that.
for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
For
we
some
already know
reason.
that?
If that's all you need, then I have to go. Kate will be so mad if she finds me gone. Good luck, Muse.
Thank you. Goodbye, Asterion.
You okay there, friendo?
I'm thinking about Calliope.
I'm just thinking about Calliope. What happened to her here? Whatever she was trying to do, she probably didn't succeed. She ran from here, dying, maybe straight to our apartment.
Because you were her last hope.
Yeah. What if she hadn't made it? She must have known...
One thing at a time, Grace. You'll figure it out. I know you will.
I guess so. Next thing is to go to Pan, confront him.
What an adventure.
Didn't
Sorry?
we already do that?
You're just
though?
lucky, Grace. Luckier than you think. You go do what you have to, and I'll meet you back at the apartment, okay?
Okay. Like, why is it...
Pan! I hope you're here, because I don't know where else to look for you.
Of course I'm here, Grace. Where else would I be but amongst the trees and the wild things? I really must thank you, by the by. Asterion is simply over the moon, and he's already repaid me with this select tome from the reliquary.
Book. Like, I swear Grace showed up here on her own to ask him about the key or whatever, and he said that he gave the key to Calliope. Like, we had that conversation already, right? I'm a little confused. You wanted a book?
That's why you did all this? Because you wanted some book?
What is the book?
Not just some book, but a tome from the forbidden depths.
Oh, good.
I doubt Hecate would be pleased.
Oh, most assuredly not. Neither would Athena, which makes it all the more delicious.
What do you plan
I
to
trust
do
you
with
got
it?
what you needed. More grist for the mill of your innocence, as it were.
Let me ask you about this key.
I did. In fact, I have a question. Did you know Calliope was at the reliquary the night she died? You must have, because Asterion returned your key. The one you gave Calliope. The same one you gave me.
That started as a question, Grace, but it didn't appear to end as one.
Is this all a game to you? Lead Grace through the maze? Or is there something more sinister behind it?
The truth is Calliope asked me for the key that night, no questions asked. Why would I refuse her?
But we already knew this. Hold on. I'm gonna fucking stop recording again and look at it again and see if... Because I swear we went here. I know we did go here and talk to him and confront him about something. And he told Grace that he gave Calliope the key. Hold on. I'm gonna check. Yeah, I was right. We have had this confrontation. Also, I realized that my noise removal filter was too high up. It was like doing weird stuff to my voice. I'm still trying to figure it out how it works. Really, I don't really. It's hard to get it right. I don't know. I'm trying. So I lowered it quite a bit. I'm just trying to get it to a point where it only cuts out the computer fan. That's all I want out. Everything else can stay. I don't care about, honestly, while I don't love the sounds of my keyboard or the sounds of me clicking with my mouse, that can stay. I'm cool with it, honestly, even if I don't love it. But the computer fan pisses me off. I need it gone. So let's see if it's better at 50. But yeah, we did. I checked that we had this confrontation already, and he literally said he gave the key to her, no questions asked, just in a different way because it's two different scenes basically of the same confrontation. It's weird.
The truth is also that I have no idea what happened to her there. I wanted you to discover that on your own.
Oh.
I suppose the question at the heart of this is, do you believe me?
Yes. I think so.
I probably shouldn't, yet somehow I still do.
Then you are unlike the other idols, Grace, for they have all cast aspersions my way for as long as I've existed. And what have I done, beyond the occasional prank or honest betrayal? I've never lied to you, Grace, and I never shall. If you're looking for innocence, however, well, I'm afraid that's one thing I cannot provide.
What if I discover you're lying to me after all?
You'll do what you do, and I'll do what I do, and we'll see where that takes us.
Alrighty. Okay. Somewhere good, I hope.
Hope it's somewhere good. Somewhere I'm not on trial.
Oh, my. You do know how to spoil the mood, don't you? If I can make a suggestion, live the high life. Throw caution to the wind.
That's your suggestion?
And why not, unless you truly prefer Persephone forever running hot and cold?
I like Persephone.
Take my hand, Grace. Take my hand.
Are you asking me to choose between Pan and Persephone? Oh. Oh, it's like, oh, this is like a romance thing. Huh. So basically, it's like this is like an ultimatum thing where it's like, choose between Pan and Persephone. I happen to like Persephone.
I'm not gonna give up on Persephone because you say so.
You'd rather she gave up on you first? Do you truly prefer such misery before you,
Before I die?
Hmm.
You don't have any hope for me, do you? You're just taking what you can get before it's over.
I've seen this story many times, Grace. I've told this story many times. And it always ends the same way.
What's the point of even getting to know me then? Right?
Hmm. Well. Okay. Does that mean I've committed fully to Persephone? But I don't think so, because I've still gotten to flirt with Freddie. But I think it's just like I got to the point in specifically Pan's story where I have to choose whether I want to commit to his romance or not. I guess. But yeah, he doesn't seem to have any faith. That sucks. Our trip to the reliquary confirmed what Medusa told us. Calliope was attacked at the reliquary and fled from there, probably straight to my apartment. It's bizarre, though. What was she doing there? Asterion said that while she snuck into the reliquary, she didn't actually take anything. She set off the alarms and then ran out, chased by both Asterion and Medusa, though neither caught up to her. This is really major. How will I find out what happened to her inside? But I think she went in there to meet Apollo, who was sent by Athena to kill her. I'm sticking with that theory until I see something that makes me doubt it or completely change my mind. But for now, that is what I believe, wholeheartedly. Finally, something new for Athena. Asterion mentioned that Athena came to the reliquary the day after Calliope died, tipped off by Medusa. Maybe. Wait. Didn't Medusa say she didn't tell Athena anything? Didn't she? So that's suspicious. Or by Hecate herself, I guess. Athena swore Hecate to secrecy about everything, but not Asterion, as he happily pointed out. But does this mean she knows what happened to Calliope here? 100% yes. So get this, Freddie and I went to the reliquary to do Pan's little favor, and guess what? That's where Calliope was attacked. That's where she was before she ran to my apartment that night. Not only that, but Pan gave Calliope the key to the reliquary. He gave it to her that night. He knew she'd gone to the reliquary even when he asked me to do his favor, but didn't mention it. He's way more involved in all this than he ever let on. And then you look at what happened before that. I confronted Pan about the key. He didn't deny giving it to Calliope. What's more, he admitted that he told Medusa where Calliope went right after she left. He sold her out. He claims he didn't know what happened to her at the reliquary, that he sent me to find out, but can I believe him? So we had basically the same confrontation twice. Asterion kind of corroborated Medusa's story. He chased Calliope out of the reliquary, and that's when he bumped into Medusa, who was also chasing her, but she'd never been inside, according to Asterion. That doesn't mean for sure Medusa didn't kill Calliope later, I guess, but it does mean she wasn't the one who initially attacked her. I don't know whether her story checking out makes me happier or more frustrated. I'm glad it wasn't. Okay, Hecate. Pan said that Hecate, goddess of black magic, might be of help in my search. And he was wrong. Very wrong. What he didn't say was why. She's the giant librarian witch goddess sworn to secrecy about anything related to her extra-dimensional tower fortress thing. Sound weird? That's because it is. And she is. But she's also kind of earnest and cool, too. She knows the future, but will do whatever's supposed to happen because it's supposed to happen. I'll never wrap my head around that. Yeah, me either. I don't know how she can do that. She wasn't going to break her oath to Athena at any rate, so I had to go along with Asterian's crazy plan to woo her with a song. I'll admit, I'm still surprised she went along with it. My power doesn't make anyone do anything they don't want to, so I guess deep down she wanted love as much as Asterian did. I suppose her book tells her how their relationship turns out in the end, but it doesn't look like it matters to her much. I hope this means she can be happy, at least for a while. Yeah, me too. Minotaur. Why doesn't it say Asterian? Why is it just Minotaur? Get this, the Asterian who Pan sent me to is none other than the Minotaur. I guess that's why, because he's the Minotaur. That's right, half man, half bull, but not really the monster all the stories talk about. Actually, I take that back. He's not a monster at all. He's an adorable, awkward, stuttering pile of man pudding, who's hopelessly in love with Hecate, and he's desperate for my help to hook them up. It wasn't all that hard, honestly. I think Hecate was lonely too. And in the end, she seemed happy to accept Asterian's hand once she was assured his love for her was real. And it is, I think. It really is. The two of them are ridiculously cute and weird together. Aww. Glad we could do that. Day 6. Time to head home for now, so let's talk to Persephone first. Hi, Persephone.
Well, if it isn't Grace appearing at my doorway once again. A pleasure, as always. Something specific on your mind?
No, not really.
Oh.
I'll see you later, Persephone.
Huh. Okay, I guess we can't talk to her about that. So let's go to Grace's apartment. Let's go home. Oh, Hermes is there.
Hi, Grace. I can just call you Grace, right?
Yeah, sure.
That's my name. Where's Freddie?
She went out to get snacks. We were gonna watch TV while we waited, but, well, here you are.
Oh, they bonded with Freddie? Wait, you know Freddie? Do they?
What, you and Freddie are friends now? When did this happen?
When I came looking for you. Freddie has this movie that I've never seen. Super cool, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh, would you rather not share your mortal friends? Anyway, I guess Athena wants to talk.
Oh, God. I'm
I
scared.
can zip us over to Olympus anytime, if you're free.
Is this what you do?
So this is what you do? Ferry people around?
I'm the god of messengers, baby. Travelers, doorways, any kind of transition, really. The old Hermes said that the transition part made even more sense for me, which, you know, extra cool, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I can connect any two doorways anywhere, just like that. So it's super easy to take people wherever. I don't mind.
That's cool. Can Freddie come? You knew the old Hermes?
You mentioned the old Hermes a lot. You knew him?
Yeah, I was homeless for a while. It wasn't a great time, and he took me in. Everyone's on the same journey, he used to say. Only the roads are different. And then he went on his journey. Man, I still miss him every day.
Wait, isn't he still inside you? Aren't you kind of the same person now?
Not yet. It's only been a year.
Oh.
Maybe I'll feel him again one day. That'd be nice.
So it doesn't even really... They don't even really come back within a year. Huh, I thought it was going to be quicker than that. Do you like running errands?
You say it's easy, but do you like doing all these errands?
Huh. Yeah, I never thought about it. It's nice to have a purpose. Athena is super sweet, and she has a big, important job.
I don't know about the super sweet
Why
part.
wouldn't I want to help her out?
You can't be this nice. Are you for real?
Oh, well, the old Hermes used to say that a willingness to serve is more important than a willingness to be served.
They seem sweet. But I think they're a little bit naive when it comes to Athena. Because super sweet, I would not say that. Condescending, sure. Kind of a little bit evil. I don't know if evil is entirely the right word yet, but actually, it is the right word. Because of what she did to both Persephone and Medusa. Like, yeah, honestly, fuck her. Like, what? Do I have a choice?
Do I have a choice about seeing Athena? I'm not in the habit of being at anyone's beck and call.
I mean, I guess you could say no, but I wouldn't. If Athena wants something, she's gonna get it eventually. She had that look in her eyes, like she really wants to talk to you.
She could always come here. Everyone else does.
Athena enter the mortal world? And now she doesn't do that ever. Can you imagine?
Are you sure about that? Maybe she does do that sometimes. Just doesn't tell anyone. Athena never leaves Olympus.
How does Athena manage never entering the mortal world?
She doesn't have to, I guess. Everyone brings her everything she needs. And that creepy owl of hers? Apollo says it's her eyes out in the world. It's everywhere.
Ooh.
Watching.
That made me think of something, though. She never leaves the mortal world and has other people doing things for her, which is why she would need someone else to kill Calliope. Obviously, she has Medusa watching for her, but she never ordered her to, like, go to the reliquary, I guess. But, which makes it even more likely that she got Apollo to do it, which is why I feel so guilty, even though he actually did something for once with helping Grace, even though he usually just stands by and does what he's told. So, I don't know, more and more stuff is, like, making me believe in this theory I have.
So what, she just never leaves the building?
She'll go to the reliquary and places like that. Just never where mortals are. She wears a toga and calls cars iron horses.
Let's go.
I suppose there's no point in putting it off. Do your thing. Take me to Olympus.
Okay. Oh, when you see Freddie, tell her I'm sorry I couldn't stick around for the movie.
Yeah, of course.
And mind if I say something?
Sure.
Sure.
You've changed. I mean, from the person I met when I first came here. When, you know, you got it together really quick.
Well, she kind of didn't have much of a choice. But
thanks, I guess.
That is sweet still. I like them. I wish we got to see them more in the story. Because this is only, what, like the third scene? Oh, I get another trait? Oh, that's so good, because I want to be clever so bad. Okay, I'm so glad about this. Does that mean we're going to get the third one eventually, or do you just... Because, like, I would guess we're, like, at the end of Act 2. So maybe we just get 2. I want to be clever, so thank you. That's so good. I'm glad.
There you are, Grace. Do have a seat.
I prefer to stand, thanks.
As you like. You've certainly been busy, haven't you? Everywhere I turn, there you are. Including the reliquary.
And now I can so clearly hear it's Felicia Day.
I'm uncertain how you got access, but even you must have realized it's off limits. Particularly for your mortal friend.
You know what happened there.
But you know what happened there. That's where Calliope was attacked.
Yet it's not where she died, Grace, is it?
So because
She
she made
died
it all
from
the way
that
to my
attack.
apartment, we shouldn't care why she was bleeding to death along the way.
You think our judgment was rash? It was. In truth, I worried that giving you time, letting us all get to know you, would make it harder in the end.
Make what harder?
I am sorry, Grace. You may not believe it, but I care deeply. I care about what happens to you and to all the idols.
So much so that you felt you had to kill Calliope. Ooh. Fuck, okay. It's between where's that gotten them and like you care about Medusa. I really want to go for the Medusa option, but the other one is like a charm option, right? No, I'm being pulled towards like you care about Medusa, so I'm gonna say it.
Like you care about Medusa?
You cursed her.
She lives like that because you cursed her. Have you even tried to undo it? I'm betting not, because she's useful like this, and that's where your caring ends.
Exactly.
Zeus was the first to leave. King of the gods. And we don't even know what became of him. Vanished into the ether.
Fuck Zeus.
Poseidon was next. Walked out into the seas, never to be heard
And
from
fuck
again.
Poseidon.
Ares betrayed us.
And fuck Ares.
Hephaestus saved us.
And fuck Hades.
Hades was murdered. And by one of our own. The list goes on.
The only one who I don't think sucks, but maybe still does too, is Hephaestus. So like, fuck all of that. I don't care. So you add to it.
So you add to it. I show up and you kill me off because you can't be too careful.
We are dying, Grace. I don't mean diminishing or drifting apart. I mean our immortality is disappearing. Very soon now, the idols will be no more.
Maybe that's a good thing.
We are a legacy that spans millennia.
Like, oh no, you get to live and die like normal people. Ah, how terrifying. Like, forgive me if I don't sob because of it.
Dating back to the very dawn of humankind. So yes, I care. I will do anything and everything in my power to avoid that fate. Even if it appears unfair.
Even if it is unfair. Honestly, that's it. That's what I'm going for. Fuck off.
That's it? That's what you have to say? Sorry we're gonna kill you, but things are dire. Things are tough all over, Athena. Do you really think clamping down on your rules will make it better?
Those rules are our last line of defense against chaos.
And the rules fucking suck, dear.
I know we've put a great deal on your shoulders, Grace. I do. All I called you here to ask is that you please not make my job more difficult than it already is. If you have any other questions or concerns, now's the time to bring them up.
My god, if anything, this conversation has convinced me even more that she is the killer. That she's behind Calliope's death. Like, Jesus Christ, fuck you. Ugh. Also, the whole bullshit during the first scene we see her in Act 1, which is like, we can't change the rules. Yes, you can! You can just do that if you want. My god. Okay. Let's discuss Medusa.
All right, let's talk about Medusa.
Again, if you wish. What of her?
Why don't you help her?
Was I right? That you haven't even tried to undo the curse that you inflicted on her?
I wish I could remove the curse. I'm afraid the Athena who bestowed it is long gone.
I don't know if I
She
believe
was
that.
prideful, that Athena. As prideful as she was powerful, I'm ashamed to say.
The
And you're
current
not?
Athena is responsible for everything she's done.
I am well aware, Grace. What is it that you would have me do exactly?
Stop using her.
How about you stop treating her like a servant? Maybe send her somewhere she won't be tempted all the time.
Oh, well, if you happen to hear of a diet camp for man-eating monsters, by all means, do let me know.
Then find a solution.
Now, if there isn't anything else?
Like, I thought you were a god. Like, what happened to that? Who can access the reliquary?
Who has access to the reliquary? Is it anyone with a key, or...
Does it matter? You gained access, so clearly it is not difficult to get. Speaking of which, I don't suppose you'll tell me who gave you that key.
No.
I'd rather not say.
Well, you're loyal, at least. I had to ask.
I'm not loyal, I just don't trust you. You went to the reliquary, right?
Speaking of the reliquary, you went there, right? Once Hecate told you what happened?
Yeah, I was not impressed by the delay.
If you had known about that, the night Calliope died, would it have made a difference?
The chances are exceedingly small that you attacked her there, it's true. Yet, Calliope was weakened, which made her more vulnerable prey for an enterprising mortal, one she knew. Perhaps the incidents are connected, perhaps not. I cannot afford the risk of uncertainty, Grace. I'm sorry.
You're so full of shit.
What do you know of Pan?
Pan? That's not a name I expected to hear. Been sniffing around you, has he?
I have some suspicions, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Pan lurks at the edges because he likes it there, seeking out whatever profit he thinks he can get away with. Avoid him, dear, or he'll stick to you like gum to the bottom of your shoe.
Is Pan a killer?
Okay,
No, I don't think
so
so.
you don't like Pan much. I get that. But do you think he could kill someone?
We've all killed, my dear. I was once a warrior queen, feared by mortals and gods alike.
Another idol, I mean.
Is that where your investigation has led you? To Pan?
Well, not really. I'm just curious. I'm missing something.
Sort of, but I feel like I'm missing something important. Maybe the goddess of wisdom could help me out?
It would be helpful to know what Calliope was doing at the reliquary, but she's not available to ask. Not until you regain her memories, at least.
Why not put off the trial until then? Seems like a good way to solve all this. Yeah?
It does.
And trust what you decide to share? I think not.
God, I hate her. Jesus Christ. The reason she doesn't want to wait until Grace gets her memories back is because then Grace will know that it was Athena, that she was behind it. Behind Calliope's death. So of course she doesn't want to delay the trial until then, because then she'd be fucked. Fucking hell, I'll go.
I guess I'll get back to my investigation.
I am rooting for you, Grace.
Sure.
If there's another way to resolve this, any way at all, I will take it.
No, you won't.
Will you? Really?
Good luck. Feel free to take a cookie on your way out.
No thanks. Don't do it. Good. I'm glad she didn't. Fuck that. They're probably like poisoned or have some sort of mind control magic.
Don't take it personally, Grace. Athena's first instinct is to follow the rules whenever things get rough. As if she believes that if the idols don't blindly follow every rule to the letter, we'll dissolve into utter chaos.
Weird.
Well, is she right?
No.
Probably.
No, I don't think so. I didn't need a lecture.
It was a bit much, dragging me into her office just to complain about the investigation she forced me into. What could she hope to achieve? That I'd stop trying?
Maybe
Probably.
she just wanted to find out what you know.
I imagine she simply wanted to remind you not to rock the boat as you bail. At any rate, I'm afraid we're going to have to disappoint her again.
Uh-oh. What
Also,
now?
You need to go back to the reliquary, Grace.
Why? I don't know why, so I'm not gonna say that. To do what?
What for? Is there something I need to ask Hecate?
The one thing we do not yet know is why Calliope went to the reliquary in the first place.
That's true.
Okay, I'll bite. How would I find that out? You think she left clues?
We can't ask Calliope what her plan was. But you might be able to remember what she was doing there.
Her memories? But I thought...
That it will take years, yes. But if you go somewhere important to Calliope, or touch something special to her, you'll get flashes, feelings.
Oh.
Do you want Grace to go to the reliquary so she can have deja vu?
I'm willing to wager the place Calliope met her fate has left its mark in Grace's psyche. We have only to uncover it.
That makes sense. How do we get into the reliquary?
Last time Freddie and I were there, Hecate wouldn't let us into the reliquary. Not without Athena's permission.
I'm certainly not suggesting we ask Athena for permission.
Then you mean...
A week ago, I would have said breaking into the reliquary was impossible. Yet it appears Hecate can be surprised. If her book says she will be.
Let's hope the book says that again, I guess.
Unless you've some other plan. I'm all ears, as they say.
The reliquary has alarms.
What about the alarms? I'm not eager to have Asterion chasing me through the fog.
Calliope snuck in without setting off any alarms. At least at first.
Well, I'll be following in Calliope's footsteps, won't I? What if I follow the wrong footstep and set them off?
Then they discover you and we apologize profusely.
Will not be a good look, though, just saying.
Oh, God. You sure this will work?
Are you sure about this? You want me to wander around hoping something comes to me?
I do know something about how memories work after the transition, but no, I'm not certain. You want certainty? Wait until your trial. Without discovering more, the outcome of that is certain.
What if Medusa is lying? What about Pan? We could look into him some more, couldn't we?
Medusa and Pan are not
you're
suspects
just full
to
of
me.
ideas, aren't you? Do you have any suggestions regarding how we might go about doing that?
Deja vu it is.
There's no other way.
Is there really no other way? This seems a bit desperate.
That's because we are desperate, Grace. Either we take this shot at learning the truth, or we overthrow Athena and the chorus by force, and disregard this stupid trial.
I like that idea, actually.
She's joking, right?
I like that
She's
idea.
joking, right?
I'm not gonna lie. What would I be looking for?
Let's say I do this. What am I hoping to find?
Some memory of who attacked Calliope, or why she was there. Anything we could work with. I've spoken to almost all the idols, and every single one says they hadn't seen or heard from her. If she was keeping to herself, then why now? What started this? We're missing something important, Grace.
What if Grace goes there and the memory she sees is that she attacked Calliope? A Grace from the future.
Okay.
It'd be a twist.
Sure, yeah. Okay, let's do this.
Right then. Back to the reliquary it is.
Any idea how you want to do this, Grace? Because I'm game to help.
Cool. I'm sure we can figure something out.
I can't go in with you. Hecate would sense me right away.
Oh, okay.
I will, however, stay close by. If anything happens, I'll come. Hecate won't stop me. The Minotaur won't stop me. Nothing will.
I'll do my best.
That's great to know, but I'll try not to make it necessary.
Ugh, can we just get on with this already?
Oh, that's sweet. Aw. Oh. Okay, I'm surprised there wasn't like a scene before we got this choice, but okay. Oh, Act 2 is a lot longer than Act 1. I think it's already double the amount of time Act 1 was, which is cool. Okay, so Freddie distracts Hecate. Maybe be honest with Hecate. Honestly, maybe sneak in the back way. Asterion specifically mentioned the back way, which is why I'm leaning towards sneak in the back way, and that's why I'm gonna pick sneak in the back way. Let's hope I don't regret it.
Wait, are you sure this is right? Was that the right door?
You're asking me like I'm supposed to know?
It just feels like we're back outside again. Maybe that was some kind of portal or...
Or maybe we're right where we're supposed to be.
This is too easy.
Doesn't this feel a little too easy?
Well, why does everything have to be difficult? I'll take easy for once.
How do we avoid getting lost? It's like a labyrinth.
Oh, it is a labyrinth, but I've never had any trouble finding my way around.
Hello.
Hey, easy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, no need to freak out. I'm a guardian, sure, but I'm not a monster.
I see you again, Asterion.
But, yeah, you know you're not supposed to be in here, right?
Well... Lie? Oh god. I'll just ask nicely. Please let me go in.
I need this, Asterion. I have to figure out what Calliope did here. Please, can't you just let us look around?
Oh, it's just... Kate would be so mad.
She knows you're the sweetest, most thoughtful bullman there is.
Yeah.
She'd understand.
I want to, but...
I'd really appreciate it.
Come on.
I need to bring you back to Kate.
Oh,
I'm
no.
so sorry.
Asterion, please. Oh god, we're running. Oh no.
Hey, come back! Oi, come back!
I should have tried lying. It almost worked though.
Okay. I don't hear anything. I think I'm all right.
Where's Freddie?
Freddie's okay. She'd better be.
Yeah.
First things first, how do I do this? Where do I even start?
I keep wanting to, like, reach for my remote.
Calliope must have been here. She could have stood in this very spot. Maybe if I just... focus.
Because my TV would shut off after a while if you didn't do anything with the buttons. Oh, there. But I have a monitor now, I don't have that problem, so... But I keep wanting to, like, reach for it, because I used to do it, like, every few minutes. Just to make sure it didn't shut off. Are we gonna get another Ashley Johnson song? Please, 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 please. We only got one. I need more, even though... Like, have our ghost do a song, please.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, I've definitely been here before.
Because Calliope has been here. Oh, egg. Let's look at the egg. It's like a snake egg.
I don't get any feeling from that. Will I know it when I see it?
It might be the instrument. Let's look at the branch.
They should really charge for tours. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah. The trident.
Is this an armory too?
Wait, which god had the trident? Wait, is because Aquaman is like based on a Greek god, right? Who was that? Wait, who's the Greek god of the ocean or whatever? Hold on. Oh, it's Poseidon. Ew, what? You should break the trident. The apple?
Freddie, are you out there? Can you hear me? What am I doing? All that'll do is tell everyone where I am.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess the apple is nothing. Statue.
Shouldn't that be in a museum somewhere?
I guess. Shouldn't all of this be in a museum somewhere? The mask. Very creepy.
What did Freddie say about mazes? Was it always go left? Or go left and then go right?
Isn't it like always go right or something? Or is that just a general thing? Because I swear, anytime someone doesn't know where to go, it's always like go right. I don't know. The scroll.
I don't even know what language that is.
They're straight lines. That's a language. Mirror.
Oh, okay. This is it.
Okay, I almost did what I...
She was standing right here. And she...
I was basically trying to make sure that the last one I pick is the one that goes forward, and I almost got it. Like, I literally just had one more. So, I did good. Calliope. I love that name, by the way, Calliope. Reminds me of Callie from
Uh-oh.
Grey's Anatomy. Do you work for Hecate?
Hello? Do you work for Hecate? Are you guardians or something?
Scary is what they are.
Okay, then.
Wait! Is that who stabbed? Oh, who stabbed Calliope? Because they have knives. But then who do they work for?
What's happening?
Athena?
Why didn't it work?
I guess they look like statues, kind of. I guess they're not real people, that's why it doesn't work. Because you're trying to get them to sing, but they can't do that. Oh, God. Yeah, this is probably what Calliope was running from. Definitely. Who were they sent by? Oh, that's Freddie. That's Freddie.
Grace?
Hold on. 1 second. They're stone. Like Medusa's stone. Like, she can make people into stone. But I don't think Medusa's behind this. I think that even more points towards Athena, because Medusa's forced to work for her, right? And Athena's probably had Medusa turn people to stone before. So these... And she's done some sort of magic, whatever, to get these people who've been turned to stone to work for her. To do her dirty work. Like, I think this points even more to it being Athena. If they are stone.
Freddie! We've got to run! My powers don't work on them, they just keep coming!
How are we gonna get out of this? Do not get hurt, Freddie, please. What are you doing?
No, I won't let you.
Freddie!
And now they just leave? She better be okay. But that is 100% what happened to Calliope.
Oh God. Oh God, Freddie.
By the gods.
You
Can we
summoned the
save her?
Furies.
The Furies?
What?
What are
Those
the Furies?
beings were the Furies. Beyond all our laws. Not idols, but the embodiment of retribution. How did you draw them here?
By looking in the mirror.
There was a big mirror, but I didn't even touch it. There is only one mirror of which you could be speaking. That used by the goddess Nyx to contact the Fates. Using the mirror would not have brought the Furies down upon you. Not unless the Fates themselves decreed it.
What? You need to help Freddie.
I don't care what brought them. They killed Freddie. You need to help her. I have no power over life and death, Grace. None of us have that.
That's not true.
This was no defense or spell of the
There are-
reliquaries.
aren't there, like-
I do not have the power to summon the Furies, and I know none who do.
Does Athena have that
You should
power?
consider yourself fortunate, Grace. They do not desist until retribution has been exacted. But now is when you leave. Pray the knowledge you obtained was worth the price.
Persephone, we can't just... There must be something we can do.
She made her choice, Grace.
No! It's not right!
Did I cause her death? Like,
Come. There's nothing
why
more
did
to be done.
What choice led to her death there? But there are totally Greek gods that like have power over life and death. No. Honestly, I'm just shocked. Like, wait, is Osiris a Greek god or is that something else? No, Osiris is Egyptian. Yeah, Egyptian. Okay. Wait, isn't there a Greek god? Greek god of resurrection or something. Wait, Dionysus. Hasn't Dionysus been mentioned? Dionysus has been mentioned. I just don't recall in what way, if like Dionysus is dead or like what. I know that Dionysus was mentioned at some point. I just don't remember in what context. But there has to, like, I feel like there was nothing I could have done to prevent that, you know? So I feel like she has to be brought back somehow, right? Or maybe it's just multiple things that I did throughout the story led me to that happening. But come on, she has to be savable. Like, that doesn't feel like it should be. Is it because I allowed her to... I allowed her to join me on a bunch of stuff? Is that what it is? And it put her in danger and so she died? This can't be happening. Freddie, she's gone. I knew I shouldn't have let her keep coming with me, but I didn't think she could die. Freddie sacrificed her life for me. She stopped the Furies from killing me, and it's my fault she's dead. What am I going to do now? There has to be a way to bring her back. I'm gonna keep that hope. But who like, it has to be Athena who sent the Furies. Does she have that power? Like, I feel like that's something I need to know. Because clearly they weren't supposed, like, I don't know. Alright, so the new plan is for me to go back to the reliquary, break into the part of it where Calliope went the night she died, and hope I remember something about what might have happened to her. It's a long shot, and I have zero idea what it's going to be like to recall someone else's memories, but I have to try. And it worked, kind of. Calliope went to the reliquary that night to contact the Fates with a magical mirror. But she never got the chance to speak with them. Just like me, she was attacked by the Furies, not idols, but embodiments of retribution. They enforced the idols' ancient laws, the kind that Zeus used to command, which surely died with him. Unlike with me, the Furies must have stabbed Calliope before she ran away. What that doesn't tell me is why she needed to contact the Fates so badly. It also doesn't tell me who sent the Furies after her in the first place, and then also me. It was Athena. According to Hecate, none of the idols had that kind of power. Considering the price we paid, I really wish we'd learned more. I go back to the apartment, and who's there waiting for me? Hermes. Not because they entered through some magical portal, though. Freddie let them in. She and Hermes are what? Pals now? That's weird, right? Not really. Did I say Hermes was suspicious? I talked to them a bit at the apartment, and honestly, they seem like the least suspicious idol of them all so far. Earnest, always eager to help. The world could use another Hermes or two. True. Halfway through the week she gave me, Athena summons me to her office to, I'm not sure, apologize, lecture me. She wasn't happy about my visit to the reliquary, sure, but mostly she wanted to tell me about how the idols are dying, as in actually dying, losing their immortality, the whole thing. It's gotta be hard for beings that have been around most of forever, but is that supposed to justify the trial? Yeah, it doesn't. Athena can't take a chance on a lowly usurper like myself, besmirching the great idol legacy as it quietly sunsets. She's like the strict school teacher who really wants to be the cool teacher but just can't help herself. Persephone explained away her behavior. Athena's a total control freak, sure, but that's how she's kept the idols alive for so long. I don't know about that. Why she hasn't told the idols they're dying, Persephone really couldn't say. I really hope Hecate isn't too mad at me for sneaking back into the reliquary and then everything that happened after. Idols calm down eventually, right? She didn't seem that pissed, to be honest, like at all. Asterion caught me breaking back into the reliquary, and I'm afraid I ran for it and left him panicking about what Hecate was going to say. I really hope I didn't get him into too much trouble. He'll forgive me, right? I hope. But that's not the most important thing right now. Oh, God. That was a lot. Alright, let's go to Grace's apartment. I'm gonna keep holding out hope that there's some way... Oh, finished Act 2? Oh, so I'm gonna end it here then. Alright. Let it save in the corner first. And then immediately go to the main. Okay. So that was Act 2 of Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. So I'm guessing Act 3 is last, which means that the next part is going to be the last part. But yeah, that was really good. Not enough songs, to be honest. Not enough songs at all. I think I had one romance song, so I'm guessing it wouldn't have happened if I hadn't decided to go for it with Persephone. And then with the Pan, it seemed like that also, if I had said yes to him, it probably would have led to one of those songs too. But obviously I said no. And then there were only 2 other songs that were in the actual story. The one with Medusa and... Oh no, sorry. Is it? No. I'm completely wrong. I think I'm a little bit confused in my brain. I don't know why I included the romance song, but I was confused because it's another day than yesterday, so I didn't count the other songs. So yeah, there have been a few songs, but I wish there were more, to be honest. I feel like it could have used a few more. But other than that, I really liked it. The songs this act were really good. There's really only one song where I was like, but even then it's just, it was a fun song. I don't think it was supposed to be the most amazing song in the world, and that was the Love Confession song. But it was cute and fun and lighthearted, and that's all it needed to be. But I'm just saying that I wasn't super into that song until except for a few moments, when Hecate was having her little solo bit and when Freddie was singing. But this act made me more sure than ever that Athena is behind this whole thing, this whole deal. We didn't see today during this session, we didn't see Apollo a single time. We haven't seen him in a while now. Although I'm guessing a lot of that has to do with the fact that obviously I chose Persephone, so I've been seeing a lot of Persephone. And I chose Freddie, so I've been seeing a lot more Freddie than I've been seeing Pan. That's always going to be exciting when I decide to replay it, to, choose Apollo and Pan and see how that goes. It's going to be exciting. But obviously, yeah, because I had Freddie with me, she fucking died. But I have hope that she's going to be brought back. Somehow. I'm going to keep that hope. But yeah, I'm excited to get into Act 3, and finish this game, see how it ends, see how it goes. If Act 3 is the final one. It should be. It should be. But I hope you guys enjoyed this act of Stray Gods. If you did, please consider giving it and me playing through it specifically. If you did, please consider giving it a thumbs up and subscribing to the channel if you want to see more. I just found out that the final draft for Alan Wake 2, which is New Game Plus with new stuff and new ending and everything, has come out. So that's what I'm gonna play after I finish uploading this. It's probably gonna take a bit before it comes out because I want to make it one video and just edit the hell out of it just to show the new stuff and any new observations I have since it's a replay, basically. But yeah, that's what's going to happen after Stray Gods. But yeah, leave a comment if you have any thoughts, questions, or observations, and see you in the next one. Bye.